Hey guys, welcome to Pocket Saga. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Ash was in Paldea with Lillie, part 1. This story is Ash's Paldea story by author raychiu. Before starting, if you are interested in Pokemon fanfictions, you can consider subscribing this channel and like this video, that will help a lot. Now let's dive in. Thursday. For the next Pokemon that we want to capture, we head to the Asado Desert as we find the bug Pokemon that is rolling a rock. Lillie says, "So that's the Pokemon you're looking for?" "Yeah, it is called Reller." I say, "Let's capture it." Reller. The rolling Pokemon. Bug type. This Pokemon creates a mudball by mixing sand and dirt with psychic energy. It treasures its mudball more than its own life. And just like Pomot, this guy also evolves by walking with 1,000 steps. I say, "Lillie, do you want to do this time?" "Sure." Lillie says as we see her taking a walk with the Reller back at school. After walking for a while and giving express candies, it evolves into a Pokemon with the mudball having a universe inside. Rabska. The rolling Pokemon. Bug and psychic type. Evolve from Reller when leveled up while outside of its Pokeball after walking 1,000 steps using the Let's Go feature. The body that supports the ball barely moves. Therefore, it is thought that the true body of this Pokemon is actually inside the ball. That was weird. But it is also capable of using Revival Blessing as well, Lillie says. "Yeah." I say. And after a while, Nemona comes to us and says, "Guys, I managed to find someone to take my job tomorrow, so I can come with you guys alone." "That will be great." I say. "So where exactly are we going tomorrow?" Nemona asks. "How about we have a stroll at Zapopico, since we're also trying to climb the Glaciado mountain once the class is over because we want to get to Montenevera." "Ah, so you're challenging Professor Time's sister. Just so you know that she's also a famous rapper," Nemona says. "I definitely want to see you and her doing a rap battle." "Rap battle?" I say with a nervous tone. "I don't think I have done it before." "Me too," Lillie says. "But I'm looking forward to seeing Professor Time's sister looks like." That night, I decided to call my mother through the Rotom phone. Lillie is also in my room since this is important. Delia says, "So you mean that this Nemona girl also has feelings for you?" "Yes, she reaches the champion rank in the Paldea region and she is also enthusiastic in Pokemon battles." I say. "Lillie and I also talk a little and we think that we also share some feelings for her as well. We decide to talk this over tomorrow, but I want to get your opinion first." "Opinion? I did give you the opinion when you asked to bring Serena into your own harem. What is the opinion that you want from me this time?" Delia asks with slight confusion. "What do you think is the right move to do?" Lillie asks. "Letting Ash have a third girlfriend, which I actually don't mind about it since I kinda like Nemona as well, or should we try to act dense so that our feelings will die out?" Delia says, "Why are you going to do the second option? If you two really like Nemona, then you should tell her about this. I know you're scared of what others feel when you're in a four-way relationship. But there is no law to forbid that to happen. I just don't want that the royals that you took a lot of time to calm down find this as an opportunity to force me into a loveless marriage with them." I sigh. "Don't worry, that is not going to happen," Delia says. "Just be honest in your heart and I'm sure you two can do anything." "Thanks, Mom. That means a lot," I say as we end the call. In another room, Nemona is sitting on her bed. She has been wondering what we're going to do with her. She already has suspicions that Lillie and I are dating, but she is just too scared to admit it. Ash is such a wonderful trainer. And Lillie is also amazing with her knowledge and her bold movements. Both of them are already dating. How would I be able to compete with them? Nemona sighs. She wants to know more about Ash and Lillie, and that's why she requests the teachers to take part in the class again. It is a selfish request, but Director Clavel agrees to it, and because of that, she gets along with the others on the same floor of the dorm. She is bisexual, and that's why she wants to get close to Ash and Lillie so she could date either one of them. If those two are dating, then what is going to happen to her? She shakes off the dreaded feelings and hopes that nothing is going to be wrong tomorrow. Friday, Lillie, Nemona, and I are now at Zapopico after the home education class. All of us are wearing winter clothing as Nemona asks, "So what are you going to talk about?" I say, "Nemona, have I ever told you that I'm from a royal family in the Rota region? My mother is the queen and my eldest sister is going to take the throne." Nimona nods and says, yeah, I remember you told us the last time they visit you. Why is that? You see, our kingdom has a rule that royalties over 18 years old are going to be engaged. I say, and she gasps in shock. Since I'm also a world monarch, I have a lot of people who want to become my wife so they can take my fame and fortune. I refuse that to happen. I want to be married to someone I love. I see. Nimona says, and I can see that her face is falling a little. Let me guess, you chose Lillie? Yes, I chose Lillie because of our similar convictions and goals. However, as the prince, I can actually form myself a small harem. I say. Remember Serena? The Kalos queen who come a few weeks ago at the Kalos fair? I know her. Are you telling me that she is also one of your harem girls? Nimona asks with shock. She has had feelings for me since I was little, and she harbored the feelings after years. When we met at the Kalos fair, she tried to act strong that she doesn't mind us being in a harem and keeps saying how good the two of us are together. But the thing is, under that facade, we noticed her hurtful feelings. That's why I let Lillie talk to her and see if she can have feelings for her. I notice you have the same facade that you have like her, I say. Nimona widens her eyes with shock, and I say, so what do you think about the two of us? And I want you to be honest with us. Nimona says, well, let's start with you, Ash. When I met you for the first time, I was also amazed at your enthusiasm for battles, and I think that we might be similar since I also like battling. As for you, Lillie, you are also good with making strategies with Pokemon battles in a good way, and the fact that you want to keep up with Ash is also motivational. So that's what you think about us. Lillie says with a smile. So what do you say that the four of us being in a relationship? Nimona gasps a little and asks, is that legal? I mean, you made it sound like Ash is such a playboy. I sigh. I don't like to betray one feeling behind the other one's back. That makes me different from a playboy. We do have some feelings for you since you were always there for us in school and we appreciate it a lot. Besides, you also remind me a lot of my old self, and that is also a good thing. You think so? Nimona asks, but are you sure you're fine doing this on your own? But what about Serena? Will she agree to this? Lillie says, we did get to call her yesterday, and she also seems interested in knowing you. If she has time, she says that she will come back to Paldea again to have a chat with you. I see. Nimona smiles. If that's the case, you might think I'm weird, but I definitely want to be in a relationship with you guys. You guys are my best friends and rivals that I've always want to have. I'm glad to know. I say as we finally get to the Pokemon Center surrounded by caves. So we just need to hike up the mountain to get to Montenevera? You're right about that. But why don't you guys try to do Glaciado Mountain Gym first? Nimona asks. Since this place might be even closer to Montenevera if we go with this path. Well, since Ice type is my favorite type, I want to savor it as the last one, Lillie says. I see. Nimona says. I know I'm not in the right to ask this, but you are also doing some Team Star bases besides challenging the gyms. So how is it? We managed to defeat Giacomo, Mela, and Atticus. I say. That's 3 of them, and Cassiopeia wants us to take a rest because the other 2 bases might not seem to be a problem for us, and Director Clavel wants to come with us as well. Wait, you mean Director Clavel was with you when you were challenging those Team Star bases? Nimona asks, and he didn't stop you from doing something dangerous? Lillie says, the thing is, Director Clavel was helping us under his secret disguise, and he wants to know why those boss leaders don't want to come to school. I say, and it seems like those leaders have a deep connection with my sister Diantha or with Lillie's brother Gladion. Let me guess, they also have some connection with you as well. Nimona says, I wasn't really familiar with your siblings because they are my seniors. I didn't get to talk to them since your brother didn't come to school for 2 years and your sister sometimes has duties as champions or actress. That might be the case. I say as we finally reach the end of the cave, seeing the snowy path in front of us, I say, looks like we're going into the snowy area. But look at the map, it is very massive, Lillie says. You're right, and there are going to be a lot of ice-type Pokemon around here, Nimona says. Besides Team Star, how about your adventures with Arven? I heard that you're also helping him. His Mabostiff is becoming better day by day, and I was thinking about helping him next week, I say. Is that so? Nimona nods. I wish you guys good luck on facing those Titans. There are only 2 left, I assume? The Quaking Earth Titan and the False Dragon Titan, Lillie says. I wonder what they are. Me too. And I just hope it is not going to be hard, I add. Lillie, Nimona, and I decide to camp out at night in the snowy areas. It is true that there are a lot of ice-type Pokemon around us, and somehow there are also ghost types, but we decide to keep each other warm and we all share a tent together. The next day, we finally arrive at the city of Montenevera. This city is slightly gloomy, but there are still a lot of people living there. And on top of the city, there is the gym, and in front of the gym, there is a giant stage. So this is Montenevera. This place is nice, Lillie says. It indeed is nice. Just then, we see raychiu walking towards us and greeting us. Looks like I've come before you, maybe because I used the flying taxi to come here. So you decide to watch our battle this time? I ask. Of course, I also want to see how you face against raychiu. Raychiu says. So you know that this gym is a ghost-type gym. What are your thoughts about it? Ghost-type might be scary, but they are not hard to handle. Although I really don't like some Pokédex entries, like Gengar hiding in the shadows to make people have bad luck, or how Drifblim takes the children away once it grabs their hands, or Chandelure using life energies to light their candles, or looking under Mimikyu can kill a person or Pokemon. Okay. That's terrifying, just stop, Lillie says. You're giving me never-ending nightmares if you continue. Oh yeah, and that's the ghost-type Z move, never-ending nightmare. I say. Imagine ghostly hands appearing from the ground and trying to attack you. Okay. Ghost-type Z move is interesting. Raychiu decides to end the conversation. Although I didn't come here alone, I have someone accompanying me here. Who? I ask, and when we get inside the gym, we are surprised to see Professor Jack inside. Professor Jack? We exclaim with surprise. Hello, Ash, Lillie, and Nimona. Jack says. How goes your treasure hunt? Figured out what you're hunting for yet? Of course we do. Lillie says to him. That's great, look at you guys, knowing exactly what you're after. Jack says. Many students choose to make the gym circuit a part of their treasure hunt. It's no easy feat, but even making the attempt is a worthwhile experience. That's why I came here with Raychiu. To make sure you know your homeroom teacher's got your back. Then he gives us the lucky egg, and he says, this should be handy for your treasure hunt. I hope you'll keep working on that Pokédex of yours too. Since I did make the app and all. Of course we do. I say, we did capture a lot of new Pokemon after all. Glad to hear that. That's all from me. Just do your best and keep out of danger, okay? Then Professor Jack leaves the gym, and I decide to go to the counter. Welcome to Montenevera Gym. Let me register you as a challenger. Your name is Ash Ketchum, yes? Of course. I let the Rotom phone register my ID in the applications, and then the staff says, great, now, in order to face gym leader raychiu, you'll first need to pass the gym test. Here at the Montenevera Gym, that means warming up the audience for the main event. That's right, you're the opening act. Opening act? I ask with confusion. I know that the gym leader is a rapper, but are we seriously going to go with the rap? Your job is to get up on the stage, show us some dead fierce Pokemon battles, and get the crowd excited before the gym leader's concert begins. You can start the gym test by speaking with MC Sledge in front of the stage outside. Now get out there and have fun. MC Sledge? I've never heard of this person before, and just as we head out of the gym, we see that the crowd is already gathering around the stage. Nimona says, MC Sledge is backstage, it should be fine for you. Thanks. I say as I walk towards the MC, and he says, yo, trainer, you the one performing the opening act today? My name's MC Sledge. This is the stage right here. Yeah, but there are a lot of people here. I say. No matter how many times I have been on stage like this, it is still getting on my nerves. So here's the deal. We're gonna have you do some double battles. That's where you have 2 Pokemon fights on each side. That'll let you sledge up double the opponents and get the audience twice as excited. The venue will be so hot, it'll melt the Montenevera snow. Then suddenly he starts to dance and jump like crazy. I wonder if it's because he is wearing nothing but a tank top in the snowy area. Once you get the audience worked up and ready to go, that'll be the cue for our leader to take the stage. That's how you pass our gym test, yo. Your opening act begins as soon as you get up on stage. There'll be no backing down until you win 3 times in a row, so make sure you're ready. So I have to win 3 double battles in a row. Double battles are also popular in some of the gyms. Most of the psychic-type gyms I faced are double battles, and I still managed to win them with ease. You good on the deets for the opening act and our gym test? Ready to sledge him up? MC Sledge asks. Of course I'm ready, I say. Sweet, just play it by ear. You'll do great, head on up to the stage. And now that I'm on the stage, everyone starts to whisper to themselves that I'm the world monarch and how I was invited to the show or something. What's up, Montenegro? Today's opening act will be 3 back-to-back double battles by our challenger here, Ash Ketchum, MC Sledge says as the crowd is cheering wild. And the first of their 3 opponents will be a young performer who makes it look like a breeze. The one, the only, Tush. The first kid named Tush rushes up to the stage, and he uses Shuppet and a dog Pokemon called Greavard. What was that Pokemon? It's so cute, Lillie says. That's Greavard, it might be cute, but it is also deadly. By playing with it, it will suck your life force, raychiu says. I decide to go with Polteagist and Pikachu to battle, and their attacks and combination manage to get all 2 Pokemon to be defeated by Shadow Ball and Shadow Volt. The crowd is hyped up as they're cheering a little louder, and MC Sledge says, the Montenegro stage has all the latest tech. The more excited the audience gets, the more the stage will light up. And I also notice that the stage is becoming a little brighter. Keep on sledging, you got this. After the first trainer leaves the stage, MC Sledge says, and our challenger's next opponent will be a musician with a bit of a unique style. He's Lonnie. The second trainer named Lonnie comes to the stage, and she yells, strong compliments weak. The harmony of 2 Pokemon battling in unison. She goes with Haunter and Misdreavus, and I realize that there are a lot of ghost type in this region. But they are still no match for Polteagist and Pikachu, with Pikachu using Crunch to defeat both Pokemon. That wasn't harmony, it was cacophony, Lonnie says, and the crowd is getting more excited as the lights change into pink color. Your opening acts turned the cheering and the stage lighting up to 11. What a surprise from our new challenger. Who'd have thought they'd sledge it up this much? After the second trainer leaves, MC Sledge says, next is your last opponent. And it's none other than me, MC Sledge. The MC walks to the other side of the battlefield. raychiu says, this is getting interesting, don't you think? All of those battles with ghost-type Pokemon are really cheering us up, Lillie says. Being an MC isn't my only forte. I can battle too. I'll sledge y'all up real good in a double battle. He sends out Sableye and Drifblim, and I decide to continue to use Pikachu and Polteagist. Since Sableye has the dark-type advantage, I let Pikachu handle the Pokemon by using Play Rough, and Polteagist uses its own ghost-type move to defeat Drifblim. It was you who sledged me up, he says while recalling his Pokemon, and now the stage is fully complete with the cheering maxed out. Nimona says, the cheering is even better than mine. And it is not even cold anymore. Lillie says. Thank yo, Ash Ketchum, MC Sledge says. Congratulations, you passed the gym test. Give him a round of applause, everybody. After the gym test is done, I just wave my hand at the crowd before leaving the stage. Then the MC continues. I feel a scary good sense of unity in the crowd. Perfecto. We're ready to go for the main event. Come on, everybody. Say it with me. This is what you've all been waiting for. Give it up for the MC of RIP, Raychiu. After I go back to Lillie and the others, we hear that everyone is calling out Rhyme's name as the person walks to the stage. That's Raychiu. Lillie asks. Yeah, she looks just like Professor Time. raychiu says. Cool, isn't it? Definitely not expecting her fashion, I mutter. Raychiu yells, what's all this noise I'm hearing? And just then, the cheering starts to die out, and she says, this crowd's so loud, it could wake the dead. Then just then, the beat starts to play, and Raychiu grabs the microphone and yells, lemme tell y'all what I wanna hear. Y'all feeling good? Yeah, we're feeling good. The crowd is starting to cheer for her again. She spots me with my friends and says, Ash Ketchum. Thanks for the killer opener, baby, now I'll get this started for real. And while she starts to do her rap songs, I was called by MC Sledge, who is now in the audience. Congrats on the gym test, that was sick, yo. Thanks, give us a min for some Raychiu time. Y'all feel me? Go ahead and tell the lobby staffer you passed. Okay, so I still need to get the permit. I say as we all head inside the gym to get the permit. Amazing job, Ash. You were a fantastic opening act. That's the gym test cleared, then. Well done. You've now earned the right to challenge the gym leader. Best of luck, the staff says. Raychiu says, so all we need to do is wait for the MC Sledge to call Ash up to the stage for the gym battle. Nimona says, and be careful about raychiu, her ghost-type Pokemon is strong after all. Of course, but I'm also prepared and I'm not going to back down for today. I say as we all head out of the gym to wait for my battle against raychiu. When we go back outside, we see someone is challenging raychiu with the rap battle, and the beat is also going really hard as well. Yo, yo. This is my time, and this is my day. You're not gonna stand in my way. Listen up, raychiu. Your reign ends here. You're gonna get rung up by this pro cashier, the challenger says. Raychiu smirks and raps, pro cashier? Well, I'm about to check out. Musta got your rhymes on deep discount, please. You think you can step to my game? Fool, I got? Rhyme? Right there in my name? I'm a specter from which there is no protector, and victory unto me you will render when the crowd sees you're a mere pretender. You wanna end my reign? Yeah. Keep dreamin'. Buy a book of rhymes, kid, and start readin'. Just then, the challenger is scared and he says, I'm done. You won. My rhymes totally whiffed. But I'll be back, maybe after my next shift. Just then, everyone widens their eyes in shock as the show is already over, and raychiu is also angry. Hold up. Where you goin'? That's all you got? After my next shift? Seriously? Bars over jokes, come on? And it is then, MC Sledge brings me to the stage, as I hear raychiu muttering, that was over way too fast. It gets boring wearing the crown if no one makes me fight to keep it. When I walk to the stage, she notices me and says, hey, my opener's back. You here for a rap battle or a gym battle? Although I'm here for a gym battle, I can also do raps to make you rattle. What am I doing? I am no match against the gym leader. That is if you want me to do rap. Maybe the audience will like to have a clap. Huh. You got jokes. We both know why you're really here. Raychiu smirks. You were captivated by that show I put on, huh? I rap what's in my soul, baby. Weaving words into a symphony of poetry. Then the beat is back again and she says, don't try it with me, you won't last one round. I'm like Sableye. My mean look will lock you down, like that, you feel me? Let's see if you can really scare me, because I'm not gonna treat this easy. I might be a world monarch, I will tell you that my battle's not all bark. Oh. Raychiu smirks. My music's not all that tops the charts. My skills with ghost types are the best of their parts. Raychiu says, Ash is really stepping into the game. But the way he rap battles with raychiu is so cool. Nimona says as she and Lillie are fangirling. Then we all stand to the side of the battlefield as MC Sledge says, the double battle between the Montenevera gym leader raychiu and the challenger Ash Ketchum is about to begin. Each trainer will be using 6 Pokemon, and when one loses all 6 Pokemon, the other trainer wins. Lest you forget it, the name is raychiu. The MC of RIP is mine. Dead or alive, let's make this a vibe. Then she goes for Mimikyu and Bayonet at the same time. Do as you want, I don't mind. But just so you know, I'm not that kind. And here's what you get, so go behind. Then I send out Polteagist and Honchkrow to battle. We don't mess around in Montenevera. On my stage we double battle, don't let it scare ya. Then she decides to end the rap as we begin the battle. Show us an awesome battle, raychiu, and you too, world champion. Raychiu goes with the sucker punch on Polteagist to deal with a lot of damage before it can go for Shadow Ball, and Mimikyu also sets up the light screen. Let's break the disguise with the Hex. I yell as Honchkrow attacks the Mimikyu and breaks the disguise. Then I have Polteagist use Strength Sap to recover and lower Bayonet's attack stat. Nice. He totally nailed that Pokemon's weakness without batting an eye. Much to my surprise, my Pokemon's attack and special attack stats all raise. Use Shadow Ball on that Mimikyu. Honchkrow go for the Night Slash, I command, and Bayonet goes for the Icy Wind, which lowers the Pokemon's speed, and Mimikyu goes for the Play Rough on Honchkrow, and in the end, Bayonet is defeated by Honchkrow's attack, but Honchkrow itself is also defeated. One of Rhyme's Pokemon went down. Woo! This is so exciting. Well, Well, one down, but let's not frown. Spiritomb. Rhyme's third Pokemon is the Spiritomb, which sends me a lot of shivers. Klefki. I choose you. My third Pokemon is Klefki, and Spiritomb goes for Will-O-Wisp, burning the Polteagist. Polteagist, be the sacrifice. Memento. I decide to let Polteagist sacrifice itself, but thanks to the stats lowered, Spiritomb is not going to hurt a lot. I go for Bramblegast as my fourth Pokemon. And Mimikyu itself is also defeated by Klefki's Flash Cannon. Let's go. Goldengo. I was surprised to see that Rhyme sends out a Pokemon that is basically made of gold. Goldengo? I ask with surprise. I've never seen this Pokemon before. Sucker Punch. The Spiritomb tries to attack Bramblegast, but thanks to the Memento, it doesn't do much, but it goes for the curse, cutting all of the health to set the curse, and because of the curse, Klefki is also losing some health. Houndstone. You're up next, and the next Pokemon is also one I've never seen before. But I think it's the evolution of Greavard. It goes for Ice Fang, which is super effective against Bramblegast. Bramblegast. Infestation. I decide to plant the attack on Goldengo, so it is being bound. But Goldengo goes for the substitute, creating a copy to take the play rough attack. Let's see you like this. Make it rain, Rhyme yells. Just then, Goldengo creates the rain and showers on Klefki, knocking it out of the battle. What the? Was that move similar to Payday? Raychiu asks. I've never seen a Goldengo before, but I guess so, and look at that power. Its base power must have been over 100, Nimona says. My fifth Pokemon is going to be my buddy, and I have Pikachu go for the Thunderbolt, hitting the Houndstone. Houndstone goes for Crunch, dealing a lot of damage to Bramblegast. Bramblegast. Pain Split. I decide to let the Goldengo share the pain with Bramblegast, and I decide to go with the combo of Pikachu's Electro Ball and Shadow Ball, finishing the Goldengo for good. Your youthful power's a real threat, but the party's still going, I haven't lost yet, Rhyme yells. And much to my surprise, the last Pokemon of Rhyme is Toxtricity, the low-key form to be precise. That wasn't even the ghost type. But Power Whip, I yell, and Bramblegast goes for the attack that hits Toxtricity, but it doesn't seem to do that much. But much to my shock, Houndstone's surprising Phantom Force causes my Bramblegast to be knocked out. Cacturne. I choose you. My final Pokemon is the Dark-type Cacturne, and the crowd is also cheering. He's holding out against Rhyme's offensive. Come on, you can do it. Rhyme says, kick back, relax, and enjoy this last track. Turn it up for a grave-rattling good time. And much to everyone's surprise, Houndstones start to rise from the ground around the stage. Raychiu asks, what's going on here? Houndstones. They're everywhere, Lillie says. And on the speaker, a Greavard is grooving to the beat, and Rhyme yells, when I'm on the mic, even the dead rise up. DJG Rave over there's sure feelin' it. Then she takes out the Terra Orb and sets it on top of Toxtricity, making it ghost type. I do the same thing by terrestrializing Pikachu, and this time it is pure electric type. Okay, that's perfect for Pikachu. I say, put your soul into it, Toxtricity. Let's bring the power. She commands Toxtricity to use Hex on Pikachu, but Pikachu dodges the attack. Cacturne goes for the Sucker Punch, finally defeating Houndstone. Now Toxtricity is the last one. I say, Thunderbolt. Pikachu fires the attack, and it is deflected by the overdrive. Cacturne goes for Needle Arm, which damages more than before. Hyper Voice. Rhyme yells, and the attack hits both Pokemon, but in the end, I have Pikachu and Cacturne use Electro Ball and the Energy Ball fusion, defeating the Toxtricity. Toxtricity is unable to battle. Pikachu and Cacturne win. Which means the victory goes to Ash Ketchum. I smile as I hug both Pokemon, even though Cacturne's thorns are kinda hurting me. Given up the ghost's not really my style. I'll let you have this one, though, baby. Rhyme says as she recalls Toxtricity. Ha, great battle, chilling and thrilling. You've got spirit, kid. You earned my gym badge, all right. And how about a VIP pass for my next show, too? Then she lets me go down the stage so I can take a selfie with her using the Rotom phone, and she also gives me the ghost badge. Too bad it's over. Make your way back to my stage sometime. Maybe next time, We rap battle instead. Who knows, I'm sure you've got some scary good adventures ahead. I'll be cheerin' for ya, later, raychiu says. That was hard, Ash. Lillie says. Indeed, and also amazing, Nimona says. As expected from the world monarch himself. Raychiu smiles. Thanks guys. I say, and I'm glad that I'm not going to do those raps again because it is tiring to think about those words. After the next day, Lillie also gets to battle raychiu. Despite not going with the rap approach like I did, she still beats her Mimikyu, Bayonet, Houndstone, and Toxtricity in the end. And once we get into the gym building, we are surprised to find Professor Hassel there. Greetings once more, Ash and Lillie. And to you too as well, Raychiu, Nimona, Hassel says. Professor Hassel? I ask. I was watching your battle with the gym leader from the sidelines, and I must say, I thought it was simply excellent. Full marks, gold star, extra credit, even. We sweat drop at the teacher's thoughts. Hardly had you sent out Vulpix before you launched into your strategy. The unrelenting offensive. That flurry of attacks. What an efficient way to corner the opponent. And what artfully trained Pokemon. Such a vibrant palette of moves. Thanks? Lillie asks. I do beg your pardon. I didn't mean to let my emotions run amok like that. Ahem. In summary, I simply wanted to say that you seem to have gotten even stronger. I must admit I'm eager for all of you to gather all the gym badges. As a member of the Elite Four, I await the day you come to face me with great anticipation. That's good to know. I say. After Hassel leaves, Nimona says, to be held in high regard by Professor Hassel and even La Primera is something else, you too. I guess so. I say as we all head back to school so we can rest. Monday. The biology class from Professor Jack today is teaching about shiny Pokemon. I have a few of them in my team, but to me, I don't think their strengths are different, just that some people want them for their colors. And after class, we decide to do another Terra raid, and this time we manage to find a Pokemon that I have never caught before, but it is a psychic type, so I don't mind it. Flittle. The frill Pokemon. Psychic type. It spends its time running around wastelands. If anyone steals its beloved berries, it will chase them down and exact its revenge. And we decide to train with this Pokemon, and eventually, it evolves into a Pokemon called Espathra. Espathra. The ostrich Pokemon. Psychic type. Evolved from Flittle at LV 35. It immobilizes opponents by bathing them in psychic power from its large eyes. Despite its appearance, it has a vicious temperament. Lillie says, Espathra has the ability Opportunist. If an opponent's stat is boosted, the Pokemon seizes the opportunity to boost the same stat for itself. Not only that, it has the move Lumina Crash. It attacks by unleashing a peculiar light that even affects the mind. This also harshly lowers the target's SP, def stat. That is crazy. I say. Both the ability and the move are so powerful. And Nimona is now hanging with us a lot, maybe because she is bored continuing to train her Pokemon. And that's also a good thing. Though she still asks us to help with the next Kanto fair. Tuesday, Professor Time is teaching us about probability and move accuracy in math class, and it is also interesting because move accuracy is also a gamble that I take all the time. If my Pokemon can dodge it, that's better. And Professor Rayford is teaching us about the history of the Area Zero expedition, and she also tells us that they are all recorded in the Scarvio book, the book that Arvin showed us about the Titan Pokemon, and there is also one copy at the library. After class, she asks Lillie and me to the library. Ash. Lillie. The time has come. The cursed treasures. The 4 Pokemon of Ruin. They exist. And I stumbled upon the truth in the newspaper, of all places. In an interview piece with a carpenter, no less. The Pokemon wielders apparently used sacred stakes to seal these treasures of ruin in shrines. There is a separate shrine for each of the 4 Pokemon, and 8 stakes driven into the ground in the areas surrounding each shrine keep the power of ruin at bay. Really? Lillie says, and I think we have seen some of them in dangerous places. In other words, if all of the stakes for a given shrine were to be removed, it will release the Pokemon held inside. We gulp a little. Don't you think it would be nice to free those Pokemon from the confines of their tiny little shrines? Well, I was concerned about the disaster they bring out once they're free. I say. But I want to free them as they shouldn't suffer because of it. Hey. A kind soul, I see. You are proving truly useful. According to a descendant of the Pokemon wielders in the story, you must have a bond with Pokemon in order to remove the stakes. I'm sure someone as Pokemon savvy as you would have no trouble at all with that. You can choose for yourself whether to believe me or not, but I will mark the locations of these shrines on your map. And while she does that to us, she says, I'd rather go myself, of course, but skipping out on my classes to go adventuring seems to have made the director a little suspicious of me. Hey. You can think of it as part of your treasure hunt. Treasures of ruin are still treasures, after all. I hope you will investigate these crimes if you are at all inclined to do so. And then we decide to reveal the information to others. Nimona says, wait, so you're going to find the treasure of ruins this Sunday? Yeah, besides going to the Quaking Earth Titan this Saturday, I decided to check out the treasure of ruins. Professor Rayford gave us the location of each of the treasure of ruins and it will be great to check it out. That sounds interesting as well. I'm sure that you, who already have all of the Pokemon outside of Paldea, want to capture all Pokemon in Paldea, Raysa says. Yeah. Lillie says. And Arceus also asks us to try to clean their darkness so that the disasters won't happen. That sounds harsh. Drandon says. Wednesday, after Professor Salvatore's class, he finds a Pommy and he has been asking our opinions if we should keep it or not since he is shy and has a quiet personality. And Professor Dendra is teaching us the TM machines and how they are used, which is something that we have been using and helping our Pokemon a lot. And since we want to find another fairy-type Pokemon, we search around the school grounds and find a small pink Pokemon with a small hammer. Nimona says, that's Tinkatink. She's so cute, Lillie says as we decide to capture the Pokemon. Tinkatink. The Metalsmith Pokemon, Fairy and Steel type. This Pokemon pounds iron scraps together to make a hammer. It will remake the hammer again and again until it's satisfied with the result. But remember that we're going to see the Kanto festival today, so no training, Lillie says to both of me and Nimona, who sigh as we all go meet up with the others to look at the Kanto Pokemon. Since Ash is from Kanto, he must have known a lot about Kanto Pokemon, right? Drandon asks. Well, you can see a lot of Kanto Pokemon around the world, I say. It is not that big deal. Maybe you can tell us about these? Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos? Raysa asks. And there is even a prophecy with them. Lillie reads the prophecy and says, disturb not the harmony of fire, ice or lightning, lest these titans wreak destruction upon the world in which they clash. Though the water's great guardian shall arise to quell the fighting, alone its song will fail, lest the earth shall turn to ash. O chosen one, into thine hands, bring together all three. Their treasures combined tame the beast of the sea. The earth shall turn to ash. I wonder why it says that. Nimona asks me, and I sigh. If you want to ask me, yes. I am the chosen one. It is not something that I'm proud of. So basically you gather all three treasures combined with the powers of Lugia, which you said to us last week, you calm the three legendary birds, Luke says. Yeah. I never wanted to remember all of that, I sigh. When we continue to look at the stands, I stop as I look at one of the stands. Lillie asks, Ash, what's wrong? There is a woman with red hair, a man with blue hair, a Meowth, and a Wobbuffet at the stand. That can only mean one thing. I say, Nimona, did you know what stand this is about? Nimona says, this is a stand talking about Meowth and its evolution Persian. You know, Meowth has 3 different forms and it is also amazing to know about it. Hey, Jessie, isn't that the twerp? I can hear James whispering to Jessie. Since when he has become a student in the best university, Jessie whispers back. And it is not just him, the Alola Rich Twerpet is also there as well, Meowth says. Since he's here, that means we can try to nab that Pikachu and hand it to the boss. When Wobbuffet was trying to do his same pose, they're trying to push him down from our sight. Raysa says, hey, Ash, come look at this Lapras stand. Coming. I say as we all head in Raysa's direction, but just as we leave, I say, Nimona, can you help me call Director Clavel here? Why? What's wrong? Nimona asks. I don't want to explain for the second time, take him here and I'll explain everything to all of you, I say. Nimona sees my seriousness as she nods. After she leaves, Lillie asks, Ash, what's wrong? What do you think? I think I spot Team Rocket nearby. I reply, and she gasps, I thought they left you alone. Don't tell me that they are going to follow you every day again. I really wish. I mutter. But it seems like times with no Team Rocket are over. Pikachu, we should stay on high alert now. Pikachu also groans a little and he starts to crackle some electricity from his cheeks. While we continue to look at the Pokemon, we decide to go to the plaza. And it is then I yell, Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pikachu quickly uses the attack, and Luke, Drandon, and Raisa jump a little to see a cage being destroyed. Luke asks, alright, who did this? Prepare for trouble, and make it double. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evil with truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James. Team Rocket blast off with the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare for a fight. Meowth, that's right. Wobbuffet. After 3 months of silence, those guys are back to ruin my day, I sigh. So they were the idiots from Team Rocket that you told us about? Drandon asks. Who are you calling idiots? Jesse, being the one with anger issues, yells at him. So what is your goal being here? I hope it is not trying to stalk me every day for my Pikachu. I say with a tired tone. We're here for a mission, but since you're here, we'll just nab the Pikachu, James says. Then they send out Seviper and Carnivine to battle. Lillie and I decide to fight back with Pikachu and Snowy. While we are battling, Nimona and Director Clavel have come. Clavel asks, Master Ash, what is the meaning of this? Director Clavel, they are Team Rocket. They have been stalking me to steal my Pikachu since 9 years ago. I explain, they're from Kanto like me, and they are masters in disguise. So they are just like Team Star? Clavel asks. No, they are even worse than them. Team Star is willing to change. However, they don't, I say. And once Seviper and Carnivine are defeated, I have Pikachu use Thunderbolt on them, sending them flying. We're blasting off again. After they are gone, Nimona says, so you endure this kind of thing for 8 years, every day? That's why I want to ask Director Clavel if we can raise the security of the school so that they won't cause a lot of troubles, I ask. Very well, I will inform the teachers about this Team Rocket, Clavel says as we are delighted. And since the teachers want to know what they look like, so I give them the pictures of those 3, and maybe about their Pokemon before my time in Alola since they have been using a lot of rental Pokemon when I was Professor Cerise's lab assistant. Thursday, Professor Hassel teaches us about the 10 sites of Paldea, which are Paldea's highest peak, Casaroya Falls, Colonnade Hollow, Fury Falls, Glaciado's Grasp, Gracia Stones, Grand Olive Orchard, Leaking Tower of Paldea, the Million-Volt Skyline, and the secluded beach. Most of the places we have been there, but there are a few that we haven't. After the class is over, we decide to train our Pokemon, and just like what we're afraid of, Team Rocket has been coming back to school as we see Professor Hassel sending them flying by using his Garchomp. And we also evolve Tinkatink in the end. Tinkadif. The Hammer Pokemon. Fairy and Steel type. Evolve from Tinkatink at LV. 24. This Pokemon will attack groups of Ponyard and Bisharp, gathering metal from them in order to create a large and sturdy hammer. Looks like we are not going to let it get close to the Bisharp, I say with a slight chuckle. I agree. Lillie says. Ash, Lillie. Just then, we hear a familiar voice, and we turn around to find Misty and Brock rushing toward us. Misty. Brock. Long time no see, I say as we greet the 2 trainers. Look at you 2, you're now university students, Brock says. Never thought I'd seen the day. A lot of people are saying the same thing. I chuckle. But what are you doing here in the Paldea region? Misty says, I'm here because I'm the Cerulean City gym leader. While Brock tags along since he was also a part of the university here as well. Are you kidding me? You're also a graduate of this school? I ask. I was in the Department of Medicine. Brock says, and suddenly he starts to do his pervert mod, and I can't wait to see Nurse Miriam again. Misty seems to have a tick mark and she pulls his ear, causing him to groan in pain. Misty says, so how are you doing? Is that your new Pokemon? Oh, this one? I pet the Tinkatuff's head and say, this is Tinkadif, I caught it yesterday, and we were just trying to get it to the final evolution stage. I see. Brock decides to check the Pokemon. You did a good job in raising her, and I'm sure you also capture a lot of new Pokemon in Paldea, right? Well, We have been switching our Pokemon every day, Lillie says, not wanting to let the other Pokemon feel left out. Since you're here, why don't we go to our dorm? I can introduce my new friends to you guys. I say as the two of us send out Koraidon and Miraidon. Brock asks, are those Cyclizer? But they look different. They are Koraidon and Miraidon. Arceus decides to classify them as legendary Pokemon. I say, now hop on and we'll get to our dorm. Are you sure it is fine to let legendary Pokemon out in the open? Misty asks. Everyone just thinks they are Cyclizer, just hoping that Team Rocket is not going to steal them, Lillie says. Although they aren't able to battle because of some reasons. They can't battle? Brock asks. This is strange. Yeah, and that's why we have been finding some Herba Mystica to feed them. They're herbs usually found in 5-star Terra dens or some hidden caves, I say. After getting into the dorm, I introduce Misty and Brock to others, and my friends are also getting along with them, especially Raisa and Misty since they both like water types. While Misty has to leave because of the speech like all the gym leaders invited are doing, Nimona volunteers to bring Misty to the stage. As for the others, they are listening to some embarrassing stories of mine from Brock. It is a good thing that Lillie already heard about those 2 years ago. Brock asks, so you're still challenging the gyms? How many badges do you have right now? I say, Lillie and I have 12 badges with us. 6 of them are gym badges, 3 are Titan badges, and 3 are Team Star badges. Our treasure hunt is to collect all 18 badges, which will lead to the champion test, getting to Area 0, and the disbandment of Team Star. So Team Star is still a problem. Brock sighs. I ask, you know about Team Star? Yeah, they have been causing some trouble back in my school days. Brock says. But I never get to take part in anything involved them because classes in medicine are tough than the others. Then we also decide to show Brock some cooking that we made using the Herba Mystica, since we only have 3 of them, sweet, bitter, and salty, and he is also impressed at our improved cooking skills. So this is the Herba Mystica. When a Pokemon eat this, it can become a Titan-sized Pokemon? Brock asks. One can't do the trick, it has to be more than one. I say. And we're not going to let Pikachu or Snowy become a Titan right now. But I wonder how big will they become if they become a Titan, Brandon says. After Misty comes back, we chat a little and we also talk about our past journeys, although I sometimes am annoyed at Misty's teasing. I didn't want to fight with her like I used to because I'm not in the mood to. And after spending more time, they decide to bid us farewell by visiting Brock's old teachers, and Misty is going to make sure that Brock is not going to propose to any female in the university. Although she didn't need to do that because Brock probably has his Krogunk inside his pocket keeping him on track. Friday, after class, Professor Sawaro asks if we have more sweet Herba Mystica since he wants to use it for a dish, and it is also because of it that we know that the professor has a sweet tooth. After helping Professor Sawaro, we are going to continue training our Pokemon, and we finally manage to evolve our Tinkatif into a Tinkaton. Tinkaton. The Hammer Pokemon. Fairy and Steel type. Evolved from Tinkatif at LV. 38. The hammer tops 220 pounds, yet it gets swung around easily by Tinkaton as it steals whatever it pleases and carries its plunder back home. And look at that. Tinkaton can learn a move called Gigaton Hammer. It has 160 base power. That's the same power as Eternatus Eternabeam, Lillie says. But the only problem is that they can't be used twice. I say, and I don't think Tinkaton will be a help in tomorrow's Quaking Earth Titan. It is a ground type after all. Speaking of the Titan, what do you think that the Quaking Earth Titan is going to be? Lillie asks. We have captured the new ground type Pokemon, Clodsire, and Toedscruel doesn't seem like the Pokemon that will live in Osato Desert. I don't know. But that also makes it more exciting, I say. And much to my surprise, my mother also comes to school again this time, probably because she was here to give out the speech as the champion of Kanto. Nimona asks, wait, so you're telling me that your mother is not only the queen of Rhoda, but she's also the champion of the Kanto region? She goes under the name Aurora when battling as the champion. Like me, she really hates a lot of attraction from the crowd, I say. By the way, how come we never got to meet your father? Luke asks. I lower my head as Raisa smacks Luke on the head. He probably doesn't want to talk about it. It must be a sad story, right? I sigh. No, it is fine. My father is named Adam, and he's an aura user like me. He is the royal blood in the Rhoda kingdom, and that makes him the king. I lower my head and say, my mother was far from having a nice story until meeting my father. She was working with Team Rocket, and with their help, she managed to get the title of the Kanto champion. It was thanks to my father that brings her heart out of the darkness of Team Rocket. Since then, my mother falls in love with my father and quits Team Rocket. But are you sure Team Rocket will let someone like your mother quit? If she is the Kanto champion, won't they hope to keep her in their ranks? Drandon asks. That's why my mother has help from the international police and the PLA. I say. They give her a new name to hide her identity, Delia, which is similar to dahlia flowers. My mother's favorite. Now with the new identity, she is able to study here, meet Lillie's parents, and have the happy life that she wants. And eventually become the queen and have 3 children, including me. I clench my fist and say, Team Rocket eventually learns where my mom is, and thus they declare war on Rhoda Kingdom. It is also that war, the boss of Team Rocket, Giovanni, has killed my father. Everyone gasps as they look at me with horror. My mother was very angry after learning about this, and that's why she killed a lot of Team Rocket grunts and even threatened Giovanni that if he manages to come across her and her family again, she'll make sure that she's going to suffer hell. That's why Team Rocket never tries to violate my family ever since. But what about those 3 and the other Team Rocket members that we encounter, like the Matori Matrix? Lillie asks. The only problem is that they never knew who my mother really was, that's why they think I'm just a normal trainer. I say. If they're stupid enough to tell their boss that my mother's original name is Aurora, I'm sure that those 3 are not going to bother us again. But why didn't you just tell them? Ryasa asks. You said that in that way they are not going to bother you again. Because Giovanni might kill them in the end. I may not like them, but I don't think they deserve death. I sigh. While I'm saying this, I'm also looking out at the window to see if Team Rocket is hiding somewhere listening to us, and fortunately that they aren't there, and we decide to continue to wait until my mom returns and we talk about our school life. Before mom is leaving, we decide to talk alone. She says, Ash, I see that this Nimona is also a perfect girl for your harem. She acts a lot like you in some ways. I'm glad to hear it, Mom, though I want to ask, are you still planning to get rid of Team Rocket once you get back to Kanto? I ask. Yeah, it is time to settle the score with Team Rocket. My only mistake is to let them go so that they can continue to prepare to attack us. I also heard from Director Clavel that those 3 have returned. You have to be careful with them as well. Of course, if they show up, I'll just send them flying like usual. They never learn, but they never give up, I say. I see. Good luck in your upcoming adventures, Ash, Mom says while giving me a hug before leaving. Drandon, Nimona, Lillie, and I are now at the Asado Desert. While we can feel that the desert is slightly shaking, it doesn't seem to affect us a lot. And Arvin also gets to call us. Hey, Ash, Lillie, and Drandon. Oh, never know the school prez is here as well. Apparently, this desert is home to the quaking earth titan. Speaking of which, the ground's been shaking off and on and URK. Making me feel a bit sick. Sorry, I'm gonna just sit down and rest a little before I get back to titan hunting. Just take your time. I sigh as we end the call, but this shaking is really abnormal. I just hope it is not some sort of tectonic rage. That was the ground type Z move. Lillie sighs. I don't think Z moves are used here. Drandon says, so what do you think of the ground type Pokemon? Well, it is not that bad, I mean, I have a couple of them. My crocodile is very unique since he likes to wear black glasses. And I also have a Pelosond, which was capable of swallowing a house with the size. That's crazy. Nimona gasps. I mean, a Pelosond that big? Why don't you talk about your Gliscor? Lillie asks. I mean, he likes to crash onto you. Definitely not the best experience, and then, when I look forward, I see 2 Donphan walking toward us. But something is not right. Nimona asks, wait, are those Donphan? Something is not right about them. This one looks like it has 2 giant tusks and some red scales. And the other one looks so metallic. Lillie says. And those sizes. No doubt they're the quaking earth titan. You mean there is not 1 but 2 titans at the same time? Drandon asks. Are they working together? One is already hard to beat, but 2 of them? I ask. Just then, Both of our Rotom phones are ringing and Professor Sada and Professor Turo call us at the same time. Hello, Ash and Lillie. This is Professor Sada, and this is Professor Turo. What is going on? I ask. Sada says, I see that you have been facing two Pokemon that look like Donphan. However, their names are Great Tusk and Iron Treads. Turo says, both of them came from the great crater of Paldea. I ask that you do whatever is needed to subdue them for us. With all due caution, of course. So they're called Great Tusk and Iron Treads? And they are both from the great crater of Paldea? Lillie asks. But still, we need to deal with them. Donphan, I choose you. I send out my ground-type Pokemon, and Lillie also goes for Snowy. Nemona goes for Meowscarada, and Drandon goes for Salamence. We all go with the Terrastalize, and Donphan is still ground, Snowy is fairy, Meowscarada is grass, and Salamence is flying. Use Blizzard. Snowy fires the Ice-type attack, while Great Tusk is damaged heavily, but Iron Treads doesn't seem to take that much damage, and when Iron Treads go for Iron Head, dealing a lot of damage to Snowy. I get it, Iron Treads is not only ground-type, but also Steel-type. That means Donphan's Earthquake can deal more damage to Iron Treads. I say as I have Donphan go for the attack, hitting Iron Treads. Salamence, Hurricane. Drandon yells, and his Salamence manages to hit Great Tusk, and it also seems to be super effective. It then goes for the Brick Break, hitting Meowscarada. And Great Tusk is ground and fighting. Lillie says, Snowy, use Dazzling Gleam on Great Tusk. Snowy glows and Great Tusk is also taking some damage. Nemona says, I don't care what they are, but battling those Pokemon seem to be exciting. Meowscarada, Flower Trick. And the attack manages to deal a lot of damage to Great Tusk. When I use Earthquake one more time, both Pokemon suddenly run off, creating more shaking on the ground. They are like the other Titan Pokemon. They're after the Herba Mystica. Let's go. I yell, since Drandon and Nemona are probably the first time doing with us. And after we manage to get to the two weird Donphan, we decide to approach using Salamence, Volcarona, Dudunsparce, and Altaria because we can't handle the shaking ground. While we're at the sky, we also notice some Pokemon feeling pain because of the ground shaking, and we know that those two have to stop. The two of them break open the cave and eat the Herba Mystica, and at the same time, Arven arrives. Guys. Looks like you found yourself not one but two Titans. Arven says. But those are the Quaking Earth Titans. Are those things even a Pokemon? We don't know. One is called Great Tusk and the other one is called Iron Treads, and we think they might be Donphan in the past and the future like how Koraidon and Miraidon are. They must be trying to get pumped up with that little snack. Time to show those things what you and I can do. Guys. Arven then sends out his Scovillain to help us out. I'm gonna use the Scovillain I caught nearby to seize a real spicy victory. This is gonna burn, Arven says. Good, a fire and grass type will be able to help us out. I say as the three of us terrastalize our Pokemon once again. Use Ice Beam on Great Tusk. Lillie commands as Snowy attacks the ancient Donphan with the attack, and Scovillain also helps by using Giga Drain. Donphan. Rock Smash on Iron Treads. I say, and Donphan manages to damage the Titan, and Drandon also helps by using Flamethrower. Both Pokemon go for Stomping Tantrum, with the exception of Salamence, every one of our Pokemon is hurt. Nemona has Meowscarada use Play Rough on Great Tusk, and then use Shadow Claw on Iron Treads. While they're now weakened, I decide to go for the Earthquake, while Lillie has Snowy go for Dazzling Gleam, and both Donphan-looking creatures are defeated. Lillie and I take out our Pokeballs and eventually capture the two Pokemon. Great Tusk. The Paradox Pokemon. Ground and Fighting type. Sightings of this Pokemon have occurred in recent years. The name Great Tusk was taken from a creature listed in a certain book. Iron Treads. The Paradox Pokemon. Ground and Steel type. Sightings of this Pokemon have occurred in recent years. It resembles a mysterious object described in an old expedition journal. Great, so not even Professor Jack knows about those two. I have to guess that the information is only given by Professor Sada or Professor Turo, Lillie says. But nice going, guys, Arven says. What even were those things, though? I kinda feel like. Maybe I've seen them before somewhere. We walk to the cave and Arven continues. Anyway, I bet if we head inside here, we'll find more of that herba mystica they were eating. When we get inside the cave, we find the yellow herba mysticas in the area. It is either sour or spicy. I wonder which it is. I take a bite of the leaf, and I made a painful face. Yep, sour. This shape. This sheen. You look like it'll taste horrible, which means it's gotta be good for you, Arvin chuckles. And why is that? I ask. Now then, let's see. What does the book have to say? Arvin says while checking out the book. Okay, sour herba mystica is chock full of nutrients and is great for boosting your overall health. Says here it works wonders whether you're tired physically or mentally. Perks you right up. Well, so you're going to make some food with it or what? Nimona asks. Arvin scowls a little before calming himself. No time to waste. Let's get some food going. Then we decide to make our new sandwich with the sour herba mystica, and he says, sorry for the wait. Here's a super healthy sandwich that'll perk you right up once you eat it. Plus, as a token of our friendship, here's another Titan badge. Gaze upon it in awe as you eat. Though I only prepare 3 of them. That's fine, I actually don't need it, Nimona says. While we get our 13th badge, we also take a picture of looking at the weird-looking sandwich. And while we're eating the sandwich, Koraidon and Miraidon appear again. So you want the sandwiches again? I sigh as both Lillie and I give the sandwich to the 2 Pokemon. Arvin also takes out his Mabostiff and feeds him the sandwich. Oh ho ho. Would you look at that? Seems like someone's got a proper appetite now. Arvin smiles at the Mabostiff. And after finishing the sandwich, Koraidon and Miraidon start to change their forms, and this time they have wings on their body. Seems like those fellows also slowly regaining their original strength. Arvin says. Still, doesn't look like they're anywhere close to returning to their battle form. Yeah. I sigh, and both Pokemon are depressed. They seem healthy enough physically. Maybe they've got some kind of mental block that's preventing them from returning to their true form? I start to remember a lot of my Pokemon having the same problem, Lillie says. You mean they have some sort of mental scars? Like psychological trauma? It might be the case. Maybe they had a terrifying experience in battle, so now they're scared to battle at all? Nimona asks. Well, don't worry, I'm sure both of those brutes and Mabostiff will make a full recovery eventually. Arvin says. So how do you feel, Mabostiff? How's that herba mystica working? The Mabostiff just grunts a little, and Arvin is surprised. Gaw. No pressure. Not like it's fair to expect every kind of herba mystica to have some huge effect, right? And it's not like the effect has to be immediate, either. Mabostiff is depressed, and Arvin continues to cheer him up. Hey, it's okay. Don't worry, Ash, Lillie, and I are gonna make sure you're right as rain. We've got one more herb to go. And I bet it's the best of them all. It's just gotta be. Arvin seems like he is going to cry again. I pat his back and say, you might be right about that. Thanks. The next stop on our little herb hunt should be the last. Arvin says. But we can't lose steam until we're done. Let's keep up our momentum. Here we go. Once we get out of the cave, we get a call from Professor Turo. Hello, this is Turo. I detect that Koraidon and Miraidon have regained more of their original powers. After they have jumped into the air, it should glide now. Glide? You mean like what Gliscor used to do with Ash? Nimona asks, and I groan. You must continue helping Koraidon and Miraidon recover. Then he ends the call. Well, that was amazing, and the desert is not shaking anymore, Drandon says. Yeah. All that's left is the false dragon titan, but we're not going to go there yet. I planned on going to the next gym next week, and the ruinous Pokemon tomorrow. I'm sure you are. Nimona says. And now it is Sunday. Luke and Raisa are now following the 4 of us since we're going to find the stakes for the first Ruins of Treasure Pokemon. Nimona says, I know that Professor Rayford asks you to do this, but I still think that it is not a good idea. I say, but we have to do it, or else someone is after them. Flashback, wait, you mean that Team Rocket is also after the Ruins of Treasure Pokemon? I ask my mom before she leaves. Yes, if they get their hands on those Pokemon, then we're done for. My mom says to me with a frown. So that's why those 3 are here, is that right? I ask. However, knowing those 3, instead of trying to find where they are, They will stalk you until they find a chance to get the legendary Pokemon themselves. My mom says. Be careful and don't let them get any one of them. I promise, Mom. I say. I also promise Arceus that I'm going to clean the darkness in the 4 ruins of treasure Pokemon's hearts. My mom says, then if you manage to have them, do you mind if you lend me the 4 Pokemon so that we can finally end Team Rocket for good? I look at my mom with shock. How are we going to do that? You probably know about the history of the Paldea region and the 4 treasure of ruins, right? We'll do the same thing. My mom says to me, and I remember all of Professor Rayfort's teachings and I can only gasp in surprise. I never know that history lessons can be used in something like this. Okay. I'll try persuading them once we manage to capture them, I say. Flashback ends. So that's why Team Rocket is here. Lillie says, they're after the ruins of treasure Pokemon. Capturing Pikachu is their second objective. Yes, and we're not going to let them get their hands on either one of them, I say. And instead, we're going to use those ruins of treasure Pokemon to destroy Team Rocket once and for all. It will be amazing to witness the history in front of our eyes. Nimona asks, how are you going to do that? Are you telling me that you're going to use the ruins of treasure Pokemon to destroy Team Rocket? That is the plan from me and my mother, I say, but first, let's find the purple stakes first. The first stake is located in South Province Area 3, it's in the middle of the craggy mountainous area on top of a cliff. When we manage to climb to the top, I decide to pull the stake, and then it just disappears in my hand. So we just get rid of the first stake? Lillie asks. Yeah, I say with a sigh, let's continue our search. The second stake is located in South Province Area 5, it's along a grassy cliff by the water. The third stake is located in South Province Area 3, it's on a cliff overseeing Artazan. The fourth stake is located in South Province Area 5, it's on the edge of the grassy area north of the Rocky Zone. The fifth stake is located in South Province Area 4, it's next to a waterfall source south of Los Platos. The sixth stake is located in South Province Area 1, it's on a grassy ledge northeast of Los Platos. The seventh stake is located in South Province Area 5, it's on top of a swirling grass cliff. And the final stake, which is located in South Province Area 5, is actually on the cliff right above the shrine. Once we get rid of the 8 stakes, we hear a loud voice coming from the shrine. What was that voice? Raisa asks. It seems like the ruins of treasure Pokemon is awakened, I say. But just as we get there, we are surprised to see the trio standing in front of us. Team Rocket. We yell in horror. After their annoying motto, Jessie says, thank you for breaking those stakes for us. And now we're able to get these strong Pokemon to our boss, Meowth says. We're not going to let you have it, I yell. We'll see you try. James suddenly presses the door, and much to our horror, the ground starts to shake and the door is opening. Just then, a giant snail comes out of the shrine. That's the ruinous Pokemon, I ask in shock. We've got it. The trio is doing some sort of happy dance before throwing the net, then they jump into their hot air balloon as they're going to flee. They got that Pokemon. Lillie yells. But much to our horror, the legendary Pokemon suddenly uses Power Whip, destroying the net, and goes for the Leaf Storm, sending Team Rocket Trio flying away. We're blasting off again. Once they leave, the giant legendary Pokemon are turning to us. It screeches in anger, and just then, all of the trees and the grass surrounding it are withering. It's draining the vegetation around us, Luke says. What the hell is going on with this Pokemon? Nimona asks. Please stop. The king you spoke of was already dead. Paldea is in peaceful times. I yell. But Arceus appears beside me and says, it is no use. Its anger is too powerful. You have to calm it down by defeating the Pokemon. Defeating the Pokemon? Can we do it? I ask. I'm sure you can do it, Arceus says. And as it continues moving forward, attacking the wild Pokemon in sight, Drandon asks, what are we going to do now? I sigh. It is angry because he treats us as someone with Team Rocket. We treat this as a raid battle and we have to defeat it and capture it. But how are we going to capture it? Ash, do you know anything about this Pokemon? Lillie asks. This is Wo-Chien, also known as the Tablets of Ruin. It's dark and grass type. We might have a chance if we use the type advantage. Then we all send out our Pokemon. Volcarona, Snowy, Goodra, Salamence, Scizor, and Cloyster. And just then, Wo-Chien starts to growl as all of our Pokemon's attack stats are lowered. What is going on? Lillie asks. That's the ability. Tablets of Ruin. The power of the Pokemon's ruinous wooden tablets lowers the attack stats of all Pokemon except itself. Then we'll go with the special attacks, Drandon says, like Flamethrower. He has Salamence go for the move, but Wo-Chien dodges the attack and plants the Leech Seed on all of the Pokemon. It has Leech Seed, I say. Volcarona, Heatwave. We'll attack too. Scizor, X-Scissor, Luke says. Both of the attacks manage to hit Wo-Chien like a pincer, but it goes for the grassy terrain, recovering some health. Wait, the vegetation is back, Nimona says as she looks around the area. Probably because of the grassy terrain, but once Wo-Chien absorbs the energy from life again, it will be pointless, Lillie says. Then it goes for an attack that is quite the opposite of Tapu's Nature's Madness, and much to our shock, all of our Pokemon's HP are halved. What the? Our Pokemon's HP, Raychiu says. That move is Ruination, Arceus says to me. The user summons a ruinous disaster. This cuts the target's HP in half. We have to be careful, Volcarona, Quiver Dance and Bug Buzz, I yell, and the attack manages to cause the legendary Pokemon to groan in pain. Let's do this together, Lillie says. Snowy, Dazzling Gleam. The Alolan Vulpix glows white as it blinds the legendary Pokemon. Goodra, Dragon Pulse. Nimona has Goodra fire the attack and also hits Wo-Chien. Scizor, Bullet Punch. Scizor gets close to the Pokemon and continues to punch it. Cloyster, Aurora Beam. Raychiu commands, and the beam also manages to hit the Pokemon. Salamence, Fly Attack. Drandon has Salamence fly into the air and crashes it. Volcarona, Bug Buzz, and I deliver the final blow, and eventually, Wo-Chien stops struggling as it falls to the ground. I throw the Ultra Ball and the Tablets of Ruin is sucked inside. After what seems 3 shakes, the Pokemon is finally captured. We did it! All of us cheer at the success of the capturing as I pick up the Pokeball. Wo-Chien. The ruinous Pokemon, dark and grass type. The grudge of a person punished for writing the king's evil deeds upon wooden tablets has clad itself in dead leaves to become a Pokemon. After the battle, we all head to Professor Rayfort's office, and I say, Professor Rayfort. What's wrong? Why are the 6 of you looking tired? Rayfort asks us. I take out the Pokeball and send it out, with the invisible Arceus calming. The Pokemon doesn't seem to be attacking us. Rayfort gasps and asks, wait, is this? Professor, this is Wo-Chien, the Tablets of Ruin. The shrine is real, and so are the stakes, Nimona says. Ohoho. How interesting. I simply cannot keep my curiosity under control. Then Professor Rayfort starts to look around the tablet on Wo-Chien's back. I've never seen so many wooden writing tablets strung together. It must have been an epic tale. Most excavated tablets are tantamount to graffiti or simple memos. Still valuable tools for learning about the past, but nothing like this. Memos? So there are words on those tablets on this Pokemon's back? Raychiu asks. Rayfort decides to check out the writing, and she says, I can't read it, but given the length. It must be a story, yes. Or perhaps the words of a curse. If only the words weren't faded. How frustrating. These wooden tablets piqued the curiosity of a king. What might have been written on them? That is something that we want to know as well, I say. This mystery grows ever deeper. Ah, my thirst for knowledge is slowly being quenched. Seeing part of history with my own eyes fills me with joy. I thank you all, Rayfort says. After getting back to the dorm, I decide to send out the Wo-Chien in my room. I ask, Wo-Chien, right? How are you feeling now? Wo-Chien looks at me and asks, you're not the king, right? The king you've spoken of already dead a lot of years ago. You were locked by the shrine because of the rampage, but as the chosen one of Arceus, I have come to free you. In return, please don't harm the Paldea region. You have a pure soul, so there are 3 of my kind trapped in other shrines? Wo-Chien asks. Yes, but once we find out their location, we will help them and free them from their pain, just like how we did the same to you, I say. I trust you. The Pokemon says, Because Arceus asks me to. I'm glad, and it is nice to work with you. I say as I hug the Pokemon, and then I realize how leafy the Pokemon is, and now that I think about it, when Wo-Chien moves, some of its leaves are falling to the ground as well. I sigh as I pick up the leaves and put it back into the Pokemon's body. Monday. It is great that we're at the beach again, but are you sure you can find that Pokemon? Lillie asks. Ash, Lillie, and Nimona are now at the beach and they are wearing their swimsuits. Since their class only starts in the afternoon, so they have a lot of time to spend in the morning. I'm sure that they have to be somewhere, I say as I notice the white Pokemon coming out from the sand. There it is. The Wiglet, I say as I throw the Pokeball, capturing it in the end. Wiglet. The garden eel Pokemon. Water type. Though it looks like Diglett, Wiglet is an entirely different species. The resemblance seems to be a coincidental result of environmental adaptation. I just really hope that it is actually a Paldean Diglett, but then again, we already have an Alolan Diglett, Lillie says. Alolan Diglett has some sort of weird hair, right? And when it evolves into a Dugtrio the hair becomes golden, Nimona says. Yeah, and we also have wigs that are just like them, I say with a slight chuckle. And we decide to train this Pokemon until it finally evolves into a Wugtrio, much to our delight. Wugtrio. The garden eel Pokemon. Water type. Evolved from Wiglet at LV. 26. It has a vicious temperament, contrary to what its appearance may suggest. It wraps its long body around prey, then drags the prey into its den. I remember Kofu saying that Wugtrio has a signature move called Triple Dive. The user performs a perfectly timed triple dive, hitting the target with splashes of water 3 times in a row, Lillie says. Yeah, I say. That is also amazing. Tuesday. Check what I've got, Ash. I finally get an ability capsule from the raid den. Lillie shows me the item and I smile. That is great, so you're going to use it? I ask. I think I want to use it on Bombardier. I heard that it has the hidden ability Rocky Payload. It is a move that power-ups the rock-type move, Lillie says. And Bombardier is already a flying and dark type. If having a rock-type advantage, just think how much it can do, I say. That night, Lillie and I decided to read some of the books in the library to see about the 2 Paradox Donphan that we captured 2 days ago. Great Tusk. A living relic of the dinosaur era? In one arid corner of Paldea, there have been reports of a mysterious life form. It's said to resemble a Donphan at first glance, albeit one with gigantic tusks, tough scales, and an aggressive disposition. Leading theories hold that this being is nothing less than a living relic of the dinosaur era, but no one can say for sure. Apparently, it's called Great Tusk after the name of a strange being that was written about in the mysterious Scarvio book. Iron Treads. An alien weapon. In one arid corner of Paldea, there have been reports of a mysterious life form. It's said to resemble a Donphan at first glance, albeit one that can abruptly assume a spherical shape and launch into a swift rolling attack. Rumors say this being is some kind of weapon using technology not of this world, but no one can say for sure. Apparently, it's called Iron Treads after the name of a strange being that was written about in the mysterious Scarvio book. Well, they are some interesting enigmas, Lillie says, don't you agree? Yeah. I sigh. The next day, Lillie and I decide to continue capturing Pokemon, and we find a cute dolphin Pokemon at the bay injured. After treating its injuries, the cute dolphin Pokemon decides to join our team. Finizen. The dolphin Pokemon. Water type. It likes playing with others of its kind using the water ring on its tail. It uses ultrasonic waves to sense the emotions of other living creatures. Finizen is so cute, don't you think so, Ash? Lillie asks. You're right. I wonder what it will evolve into, I say. And just after some training, Finizen starts to evolve, but after the evolution, we didn't see anything happen. Is this normal? I ask. Let's see the Pokédex, Lillie says. Palafin. 0 form. The dolphin Pokemon. Water type. Evolved from Finizen at LV. 38 while in the Union Circle with another player. This Pokemon changes its appearance if it hears its allies calling for help. Palafin will never show anybody its moment of transformation. 0 form. So there is another form. I wonder how we can activate it, I say. Me too. To me, the only difference between Finizen and Palafin is the pink heart on the chest. Then we decide to recall the Palafin into the Pokeball, but just then, Palafin breaks out of the Pokeball on its own and we are shocked to see what is going on. Its body color has become darker, and it is now standing with the fin and there are also muscles. Palafin? We ask in surprise. Palafin, hero form, the dolphin Pokemon. Water type. Evolved from Finazon at LV 38 while in the Union Circle with another player. This Pokemon's ancient genes have awakened. It is now so extraordinarily strong that it can easily lift a cruise ship with one fin. Wait, so what is going on here? Lillie asks, because I don't understand. Zero to Hero. That's the name of its ability. I say. The Pokemon transforms into its hero form when it switches out. After getting back to school, it is time for us to go to the Sinnoh Fair, which is something that I'm a little interested on. Raychiu says, unbelievable, you managed to get a Palafin? I've always wanted to have a Palafin. Don't you have a Finazon? I mean, if the only problem is the Union Circle, I'm sure either one of us will like to help you, Drandon says. Yeah. I have Lillie's help, that's why we can evolve it, I say. No matter, instead of evolving, I still want to find one in the 5-star dens, Raychiu says. Anyway, we're now at the Sinnoh Fair. There are a lot of mythicals and legendary Pokemon in Sinnoh, Nimona says. Yeah. So we're starting with Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. I ask. Those three are meant to represent knowledge, emotion, and willpower, respectively. The Lake Guardians are said to reside in 3 lakes in Sinnoh: Lake Acuity, Lake Verity, and Lake Valor. That's good to know. Nimona says. Those 3 lakes are also famous in the Sinnoh region. Did you get each of them in their respective lakes? Or they gather in one spot? I captured them in one spot because of Team Galactic. Those 3 can create the item known as the Red Chain using Azelf's Fang, Uxie's Claw, and Mesprit's Plume. The Red Chain, Lillie asks. The Red Chain is used to control these 2. Dialga and Palkia, I say while showing them the 2 Pokemon. Dialga is the Time Pokemon, and Palkia is the Space Pokemon. I've witnessed their powers and they are amazing. Their powers? Drandon asks. What do you mean by that? I was sent back in time with the help of Dialga, and I was in the town trapped by the dimensions of Palkia. I say. And it is also horrifying when you try to fight against them by using bombs. Bombs? Lillie asks. Dialga and Palkia have origin forms, what you see here is the alternate form. I say. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. When we continue, we manage to see the Heatran, and then Regigigas. And once they're done, we see Giratina and Arceus. Giratina and Arceus. Nimona says, by the way, what's the deal with those 2 Pokemon? Giratina used to have violent behavior, and it is because of that reason Arceus banished her to the Distortion World as a punishment. Years later, the grudge against Arceus becomes less, and Giratina has also become gentler. She started to treat the Distortion World as her own home, and observe the real world through mirrors and transparent sights like lakes, I say. And is it true that Arceus once gave up on humans and tried to destroy the Earth before? Drandon asks. But they were stopped by Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina at the same time. That's not quite true, I say. In fact, should I tell you that the same Arceus that you talk about is with me right now? With all the crazy things around you, I must say that I should believe it, Nimona says. You also told us that it is because of him that you're able to know everything about Wo Qian a few days ago. Yeah, he was giving me instructions on how to beat Wo Qian, I say. Then we get to the next stand, which is about Cresselia and Darkrai. And those 2, one is a dream Pokemon and the other one is the nightmare Pokemon. Raychiu says. I heard that a lunar wing from Cresselia can even prevent nightmares. Well, you're right about that. I say. I am not sure what those 2's relationship is, but it must be a happy one. In history, you are also the first one who used a Sceptile to defeat a Darkrai at the Sinnoh League. Luke says to me, and I flinch a little. I guess you're right about that. I sigh. But I still lost to him because he has more than one legendary and I decided to use regular Pokemon. The next one is the exhibit of Manaphy and Fiona, after telling them about what happened at a place known as Samaya, and then we also find the one with the shaman. And I also tell them about the shaman I've met, and Lillie also tells them about Mallow's shaman. As for the history of Sinnoh, it is actually a really strange one. Nimona says. There is a boy who comes from the space-time rift. By calming the frenzies of Lord Pokemon of the Diamond and Pearl clans, they also find a way to bring Pokemon and humans together. A boy from the space-time rift. Only that his name is not recorded in history. Raychiu says. But who thinks that it might be related to time travel? It has to be if Dialga is involved. Drandon says. Ash, don't tell me it is you again. Why do you think it is me? I ask. Come on, you have a Wordeer, Ursaluna, clever. Those Pokemon don't exist in the modern Sinnoh. Nimona says. It is obvious. Well, I guess you're right. I did refuse to leave my name to my friends at the Survey Corps. I sigh. But I did go to the past and try to survive, though. That sounds harsh. Raychiu says. Trust me, it is really harsh for him. Lillie says. To monitor Ash's condition, Arceus did help us by setting up a portal that links to the time here so that if things go wrong, we will be trying to interfere. Though the portal is closed forever since Ash is not there anymore. I wonder what kind of crazy journeys did you actually have before coming to Paldea? Drandon says, but I'm glad that you're still alive and we're still classmates. Thursday, after class, Lillie and I decide to head to East Province Area 3 to capture a Pokemon that we've been looking for a long time. And eventually, we find the Steel-type Pokemon that has been roaming around with its one wheel. There it is. So that's what a single Varoom looks like, Lillie says. Yeah, we did see those Starmobiles from Team Star having them as wheels. But let's capture them, I say. Varoom. Single-Sill Pokemon. Steel and Poison type. It is said that this Pokemon was born when an unknown poison Pokemon entered and inspirited an engine left at a scrap processing factory. And this is the only evolution line that can use the move Spin Out. The user spins furiously by straining its legs, inflicting damage on the target. This also harshly lowers the user's speed stat. Team Star uses this move a lot of time to damages, but to think that it actually has 100 power but only 5 pp. No wonder it is one of the strong Steel-type moves. And by battling some Carkle and Orth worms in the area, Varoom also evolves in the end into a Revavroom. Revavroom. Multi-Sill Pokemon. Steel and Poison type. Evolve from Varoom at LV 40. It creates a gas out of poison and minerals from rocks. It then detonates the gas in its cylinders, now numbering 8, to generate energy. But still, I wonder how Team Star is able to transform this Pokemon into 5 different types and even let them use those torque moves, Lillie says. According to Atticus, there is a Team Star member that we haven't faced yet that is actually the one who created those Revavroom. Maybe we can ask him once we go to the base. But we're not going there until we finish the gym bats, right? Lillie asks. Yeah, I just want to finish the easy ones first, and besides, there is also Team Rocket we need to worry about, I say. Once we get back to school, we are surprised to find a guest at our dorm. Raychiu says, Ash, Lillie, you're back. I want to introduce you to Dawn. I say with a smile, it's been a while. Ash. Lillie. Great to see you again. Dawn says to me as we high-five each other. Raychiu says, so you guys know each other. Of course, she's my traveling partner in Sinnoh. I say. She was also there to cheer me on in person when I was at the Masters Aid tournament. Indeed. That is an interesting match, Dawn says. Piplup greets Pikachu and he also notices Snowy, who seems to be a little shy at the new face. Ash says, so what are you doing in Paldea? Dawn says, I'm here because I was going to apply to this university next year. For real? I ask with surprise. You're coming to the university next year? What about your top coordinator stuff? You're still doing gym battles as well, no need to worry about that. Dawn says. Speaking of gym battles, how many gym badges do you have now? Why does everyone need to ask me about this? Lillie and I have 6 gym badges already, and we're going to battle our 7th one at Alfornada, I say. Alfornada Gym. Raychiu gasps. I'm definitely going this time. The leader is a famous makeup artist and also a model as well. Luke says, I also heard that Professor Dendra is close friends with her as well. Sounds like something that we can expect, Lillie says. Dawn says, by the way, Cynthia is also here, do you want to see her again? Ash? You bet. It has been a while since I defeat her in a 6-on-6 battle, I say. I'm sure she'll be happy to see me again as well. And just after the speech is over, we find Nimona chatting with Cynthia, and we also get to greet her. Ash. What a surprise. Cynthia says. So Diantha was right about you attending this university. Yeah, it is great to see you again, Cynthia, I say. Nimona sighs. Why am I not surprised that you two know each other? I forgot that you two have a full 6-on-6 battle at the Masters Aid tournament. I say, Cynthia is actually strong. Back before I was traveling in Sinnoh, I watched all the Elite Four and Cynthia battles, but none of them actually managed to get close to Cynthia's Garchomp. I never thought I would defeat her in the end. That sure was a good match. Cynthia Miles. So how is school life for you? It's fine, the school is great, we've learned a lot, and outside the school studies, we've got to explore more of the Paldea region, I say. I see. Cynthia says. As we continue to chat, I was surprised to hear that Dawn is going to stay here for a few days. This was something that I wasn't expecting. I say, so if you're going to stay with us, what about your accommodation? Raisa says, don't worry, I got Professor Clavel's mission to let her stay in my room. It is big enough for 2 people to sleep in. Since I'm not going to school as you do, I might as well travel around the Paldea region on my own to see how great it is. Dawn says. Flying taxis might be a helpful tool after all. Yeah, they're very convenient, Lillie says. Friday. After class, we meet up with Dawn as she is at Porto Marinado. I ask, so what are you doing, Dawn? I was trying with the auctions to get some items for use, and I must say that the competition is fierce, Dawn says. Well, this was actually one of our gym tests before we can challenge the gym. Lillie says. The gym is actually back at the Cascarafa city, Lillie says. For real? Dawn says. Yeah, I say, it was not that easy. And while we are talking, we notice a Cyclizer and I say, Lillie, we have Koraidon and Miraidon, but we didn't have Cyclizer, right? You're right, so we should catch it? Lillie asks. I'll do the trick. I say while sending out Phalanx, having it use first impression to deal some damage before throwing the Pokeball and capturing it. Cyclizer. The Mount Pokemon. Apparently Cyclizer has been allowing people to ride on its back since ancient times. Depictions of this have been found in 10,000-year-old murals. Looks like nothing new has happened with this Pokemon. I say. I wished there was a special move or ability. So what's the deal with this Koraidon and Miraidon with the Cyclizer? Dawn asks. It is a long story. Koraidon seems to be Cyclizer in the past, while Miraidon seems to be Cyclizer from the future. We don't know how it is possible, but we also encounter Donphan from the ancient past and from the vast future. Apparently, Professor Sada and Professor Turo, 2 of my dad's best friends, were researching about them, but we couldn't ask for any information from them because they won't answer when we call them. Is that so? That's strange. Dawn says. Not only that, Koraidon and Miraidon aren't able to battle as well. We think it might be some mental trauma, I say. You mean like your Infernape once had? Dawn asks. That's different. Infernape still wanted to battle despite not being able to control the blaze, but those 2 are not able to battle. But we have been trying to recover their health by battling Titan Pokemon and getting the Herba Mystica. Titan Pokemon and Herba Mystica? Dawn asks. They're giant Pokemon living in the Paldea region. We've already captured 5 of them and there is 1 left. Lillie says. Our friend Arvin wants to use the Herba Mystica to save his Mabostiff, so in return for helping him, he gives us the badges. Badges? Wait, surely you're not going to be confused with the gym badges, right? Dawn asks. The truth is, we have 13 badges. 6 gym badges, 4 Titan badges, and 3 star badges. I say. As for the star badges, they're the things that we get from defeating Team Star. Team Star? Are they bad people like Team Rocket? Dawn asks. Not really, they're just students like us who are suffering from bullying. I say. The director and we are still investigating each of them, and their boss actually wants us to defeat all of the bases. That is weird. Why would they do that? Dawn asks. We don't know, but Team Rocket is also here in the Paldea region as well, I sigh. Really? After 8 years they're still trying to capture your Pikachu. When are they going to give up? Dawn sighs. Don't worry, my mother has been in Kanto forming a plan to destroy Team Rocket once and for all. I say. And I must say that she has been excited to get rid of Team Rocket. The reason I say it out loud is that I noticed Team Rocket hiding behind that bush trying to listen to us. Why would your mother want to get rid of Team Rocket? Dawn asks. I say, my mother worked for Team Rocket before meeting my father. After leaving Team Rocket, they launched an attack at Rhoda, and thus my father was killed in the process. My mother was so angry at that time that even the boss of Team Rocket is scared of her, fearing that if they attack our family they would be dead for sure. If that's the case, why don't you just tell them that your mother, surely they will leave you alone, right? Dawn asks. I was not heartless enough to just kill them on the spot. I say. If the boss finds out who those three are messing with, I'm sure that not only they won't be able to please the boss with my Pikachu, but they will also be killed by the other members of Team Rocket in the spot to save their asses. Back at the bush, the Team Rocket trio is shivering. James says, did you hear what the twerp just say? Yeah. Don't tell me that his mother was actually the rogue assassin Aurora. The boss has been wanting us to stay out of their way. Meowth says. But that means. I hope we didn't tell the boss about this. James gasps. He's probably bluffing. Why the hell would he say something like that? Jessie mutters. Anyway, just call the boss and tell them everything we know. We can't do it. I don't want to die. Me too. Wobbuffet. You cowards. Jessie yells. If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Meowth yells. Looks like those three are scared, and I say, well, we've already been here too long, let's head back. The other two nod as we all head back to the school, hoping that those three are not going to follow us all the way back to the school. After reaching West Province Area 1, we decide to head south so we can get into South Province Area 6, the way that leads to the 7th gym. Alfornata Gym. I sigh, how many times did I have the Psychic Gym as the 7th gym? I remember that there's one in Hoenn, and the other one is in Kalos. So that's 2 of them. Lillie says, and 3 are Ice-type gyms that you battle as the 7th gym, only that you decide to make it last this time. Because I did the Ice-type gym last in Kalos. I say. I don't mind having the Ice-type gym as the last one here in Paldea as well. I only hope that this Psychic gym is not going to be a double battle. I'm pretty sure that the only double battle gym is the Ghost-type gym you just finished. Raychiu says. So what do you think of the Psychic-type Pokemon? They are pretty hard to handle. I sigh. But they are also cool, I guess. Wobbuffet can only attack after being attacked using Counter and Mirror Coat. Gardevoir is also strong with the Mega Evolution. Behemoth's ability to control a lot of people. And also Indeedee, who likes to help people in the Pokemon Center of Galar. And the Shattered Psyche, the Z move, is also interesting. The only way we could have got it is by going into the Haina Desert and fight a totem Alola Raichu there. Dawn asks, why would an Alola Raichu be in a desert? Who knows? I sigh. So Nimona is at the gym waiting for us. Because you want to train some more in this area. Raychiu sighs. Nimona goes ahead at the gym, probably waiting for us. After arriving at Alfornata City, we head to the gym and find Nimona there waiting for us. You know, not even a tenth of the trainers who take on the gyms get this far. Nimona says to us. But I'm not surprised that you guys made it. I just knew there was a reason you two caught my eye. Well, thanks. Why telling this now? I ask. Well, I bet you could use a little warming up before you take on the gym, huh? Come on. You know the drill by now. Lillie says, sure, I'll battle you. And the battlefield is actually next to the gym, but it is on top of the building. Nimona says, ta-ta takin. Here's our battle court for today. It sure is high enough to see the whole city, I say while looking at Alfornata City. Always important to check what environment your Pokemon will be battling in, Nimona says. The battlefield can have these teeny effects on your Pokemon's balance and stuff, you know? Anyway, sorry I sorta dragged you here. But a little pre-gym warming up should do you good. Nimona then battles Lillie using Lycanroc, Goodra, Pawmot, and Meowscarada. Lillie goes for Orthworm, Grimmsnarl, and Snowy to defeat her. I was surprised when Snowy manages to defeat 2 Pokemon in the end. Lillie really is as strong as you, Ash, Raychiu says. And by using your Pokemon, she probably becomes better than you with her unique strategies, Dawn teases. Hey, my strategies are also unique, I retort back. I knew I was right to believe in you, Nimona says. That's an L for me. You've gotten so good. I think that should be enough for a warm-up. You and your Pokemon should be all set now. Thanks. Lillie says. There's just 2 gyms remaining. Then all that'll be left is to try out to be a champion. Give it all you got. Nimona says to me, and I nod. Then we all head back to the gym building and I go to the counter. Welcome to Alfornada Gym. Let me register you as a challenger. Your name is Ash Ketchum, yes? Of course. I let the Rotom phone register my ID in the applications, and then the staff says, great, now, in order to face gym leader Tulip, you'll first need to pass the gym test. Here at the Alfornada Gym, that means working up a sweat with a special kind of exercise. Exercise? We exclaim in confusion, except for Nimona who already knows what the deal is. I'm talking about the emotional spectrum practice created by Tulip herself, of course. Complete it, and you pass the test. The woman wearing the black tracksuit in the practice area will explain the rules to you. Just turn left after leaving the gym and you'll find the practice area right next door. Now get out there and have fun. Emotional spectrum practice. I mutter. I wonder what is that about. When we head outside, we are surprised to find that the woman wearing the black tracksuit is no other than Professor Dendra, our battle studies teacher. Professor Dendra? We exclaim in shock, and the said professor turns to us. Oh Sue. Welcome, Ash and Lillie. This is where we do emotional spectrum practice, Dendra says with a smile. What are you doing here? I ask with surprise. I never thought that our teacher is going to help us with the gym test. Why is your battle teacher here at a Pokemon gym working as an instructor, you ask? Dendra asks. Well, I've been friends with the gym leader here, Tulip, since we were kids. I think we heard about that. Lillie says. We decided to have a Pokemon battle with a special rule. The loser has to do what the winner says. So we battled, and, well, Dendra lowers her head. Because she specializes in psychic types and you specialize in fighting types, so you lost, I ask. She shakes her head and says, look, never mind what happened. Point is, this is a chance to both get a workout in and help my friend when I don't have classes. Ash is going to challenge the gym here, right? What about you, Lillie? I was going to do it tomorrow. Lillie says. If that's the case, why don't you two do the gym test together? Dendra says. The rules of emotional spectrum practice, or ESP for short, are simple. I'll show you a certain movement, and all you have to do is copy it. Are you two ready to get this gym test started? I hope your bodies and minds are ready for the challenge? We're ready, of course. I say. Great, let's get to exercising. Show me an eruption of emotions. Dendra says as we all get to the other side of the field. And it seems like we're not the only ones who are doing this. There are also gym trainers with their psychic-type Pokemon dancing with us as well. Dawn asks, so this is what the gym test here is. Pretty cool, right? Nimona asks. I wonder how Ash and Lillie will do. Then Dendra says, show me surprise, be astonished. Lillie and I quickly look around and find that everyone opens their palms outward while doing a surprising pose, and we decide to quickly do the same. Show me a little anger. Dendra yells, and we all do an angry pose by squatting a little in an angry face. Overflow with excitement. Dendra yells, and we all show our fists together. I know for sure that Lillie likes to do this pose a lot. Give me a joyful smile, Dendra says, as we all raise our hands. Even though Professor Dendra is telling different things, there are only 4 kinds of movements: angry, excitement, joy, and surprise. All we need is to do the right pose. And we have been going for a lot of moves until Dendra yells, and that's it for now. After we all sit down on the ground, Dendra says, niece, you're moving really well. Both you and your Pokemon are looking great, Ash and Lillie. Thank you, Professor Dendra. I say, that's enough of a warm-up, now let's really put those muscles to work with a Pokemon battle, Dendra says. So we're still going to do the gym trainer battles. The first one is the girl named Emily, and she's using Gothorita. I decide to go with Sableye to battle, and Sableye uses Shadow Claw to defeat the Pokemon in the end. Great. I can hear your Pokemon and your muscles screaming with delight. I see you're getting tired, but you've got to hang in there. Time to start the second half, Dendra says. So we're going to do it again, Lillie says, but this is fun, I say. Then after the countdown, we start to continue the dance. Become the embodiment of joy. Recall something that made you angry. Show me excitement like you mean it. Look surprised. Give it all you've got. And we continue to do the moves, and Dawn says, I've never seen something so unique as the gym test. Looks like all the gyms here really show a lot of effort. I know. Nimona says. But Ash and Lillie can do it for sure. They're not in the drama club for no reason after all. Ash and Lillie are in the drama club? Dawn asks. Yeah, they show great skills in acting, Raychiu says. And finish. Dendra yells as we all stop again. That was perfect. I almost lost track of who was teaching who. Don't give up yet. It's time for another battle. Hold out against all that lactic acid. Then we fight a man who sends out a Grumpig to battle, as usual. I have Sableye defeated with ease using foul play. The second Pokemon is Indeedee, and Lillie uses Orthworm to defeat the Pokemon using Dig. And the final Pokemon is Medicham, which is also defeated by Sableye. Good job. Dendra says while walking towards us. You made it all the way through the ESP exercise. You passed this test. No doubt about it, congratulations. So we're done. Lillie and I smile. But you're not done yet. Sprint over to the lobby staffer on the double. You have to report your passing grade to formally finish the gym test, Dendra says. We will. I say as we all walk back to the other girls. Raychiu says, both of you are doing great. Did you have these lessons at the dance club as well? I ask. Well, Professor Dendra did teach us about these dance moves in one class, Raychiu says. And that was really tiring as well, Lillie says. Anyway, now we should go to the gym and let you guys ready for the battle against Tulip, Nimona says as we all head there. Once we get to the staffer, she says, I see you completed the ESP exercise, Ash. Congratulations. You passed the gym test. You've now earned the right to challenge the gym leader. Best of luck. And with Professor Dendra's help, Lillie also gets the permit to challenge the gym leader. The gym leader Tulip, the bewitching beautician, will be at the battlefield next to the gym. I hope you're ready. The staff informs the two of us. I say, well, I'll be doing first, as usual. Lillie's battle will wait for tomorrow. Lillie says, indeed. Let's all do our best. When we finally get to the battlefield, we are waiting for the gym leader to show up, and then we hear a voice. I suppose you're right. Okay, I'll get things moving here on my end. We turn around to find a woman on the phone talking. Let's keep the tagline simple, naturally beautiful. And order the new eyeshadow color too, would you? Wait, so that's the gym leader? I open my mouth wide. I did see her a lot on the commercials here at the Paldea region, but I never thought that it is actually her. Though she seems to be on the phone, is that because she's busy? Thanks, you're a doll. Gotta run now. Chat with you later. Tulip ends the call and turns to me. Hello there. I'm Tulip, the gym leader here. Though I must tell you that being a makeup artist is my main line of work. Why don't you say that we work together in the future? Ash Ketchum, the world monarch? I will consider it. I say. Dawn says, wait, is Ash really considering Tulip's offer? The old Ash would never do that? Well, he's growing after all. Lillie says. Dendra had nothing but praise for you. She said you totally slayed out there. Tulip says. Hee. I must say, you are a cute challenger, Ash. I blush with slight embarrassment. It is not normal for somebody to say me cute, and I can see that both Lillie and Nimona are flaring with jealousy. Tulip says, I'm sure my ESP exercise made you all the more beautiful. Doesn't that make you happy? Well, it was fun I guess. I say. She notices my Pikachu and says, you keep your Pokemon beautiful and clean as well. I see you have quite the aesthetic sense. Appearance is equally important for both people and Pokemon. Then the referee comes and says, the battle between the Alfornata gym leader Tulip and the challenger Ash Ketchum is about to begin. Each trainer will be using 6 Pokemon, and when one loses all 6 Pokemon, the other trainer wins. Makeup is like magic. Anyone can use it to change their appearance. Allow me to put my skills to use to make your cute little Pokemon even more beautiful. Let's see how you handle Farigiraf. When the Pokemon appears, I say, Farigiraf. If that's the case, I'll go with Grimmsnarl. As I send out my first Pokemon, the battle begins. Tulip says, you're quite a good base to test my makeup magic on. What shall I use on you? I think I know. Use Iron Head. A steel-type move in the beginning? And Grimmsnarl manages to take a lot of damage. I yell, use false surrender. Grimmsnarl goes for the fake movement to let Farigiraf come closer and then hit with the super effective move. Farigiraf goes for reflect, raising the defenses, and it goes for the crunch, but Grimmsnarl blocks it with the hammer arm. Dawn says, Ash is doing well in this gym. This is surely an interesting battle. The girls turn to see that Professor Dendra is also watching the battle, and I also gulp to see her watching my battle. Use Spirit Break. I decide to attack Farigiraf again, but Farigiraf goes for Iron Head, making Farigiraf flinch, but in the end, I go for Spirit Break once more, and Farigiraf is defeated. Now let's see if my Gardevoir can give you some trouble. The second Pokemon is a Gardevoir. I click my tongue because it is a fairy type. I have Grimmsnarl use Torment, preventing it from using two same moves in a row, but Gardevoir goes for the Dazzling Gleam, knocking out my Grimmsnarl. Pikachu, I need your help. I decide to have Pikachu on the field as my second Pokemon, but Tulip says, Pikachu. I see. Use Mystical Fire. I widen my eyes as I see the fire attack hit Pikachu and lowers the special attack. Pikachu, ignore the pain and go for Iron Tail. I have Pikachu use the Iron Tail and slamming at the Gardevoir, but it goes for Psychic to crash it to the ground from midair. Then Gardevoir goes for the Energy Ball, but I have Pikachu use Shadow Volt, which overpowers the Pokemon, and once the Reflect wears off, I finish Gardevoir with the Crunch attack. Nice work, Pikachu. I smile at my mouse Pokemon. Now that's 2 wins for Ash. Dawn says. I wonder what kind of Pokemon she'll go next, Lillie says. The third Pokemon for Tulip is Gothitelle, and it goes for Future Sight. Future Sight. This is awful. Pikachu, return for now. I have Pikachu returned and go for Sableye. Ah, a Sableye I see. Tulip says as she has Gothitelle use Thunder Wave, paralyzing my Sableye. Sableye. Foul play. I let my Pokemon use the attack and it deals a lot of damage to Gothitelle. Gothitelle goes for Shadow Ball, and it also deals a lot of damage. Sableye is still a ghost type. I mutter, and I have Sableye go for Power Gem, knocking the Gothitelle out. The fourth Pokemon is a Spathra. I pale when I see the Pokemon. Oh no. It has the ability Opportunist. I have to be careful, I say. And I have Sableye use Shadow Claw again, but this time a Spathra goes for Dazzling Gleam, dealing a lot of damage to Sableye. Sableye. Return for now. I decided to recall my Pokemon. Pikachu, you're up again. Pikachu gets back to the field, and I have it use Shadow Volt, but a Spathra goes for Quick Attack to knock Pikachu to the ground. Then it goes for Psychic, hurting Pikachu a lot. Can Pikachu take this kind of attack? Dendra wonders. He can. Ash's Pikachu are stronger than this, Lillie says. I notice that Pikachu doesn't have any health left. If that's the case, I have to do something. Pikachu. Let's finish with Wild Charge. I decide to go for a suicide move, and much to our surprise, both Pokemon end up with a draw. I'm sorry Pikachu, but you did a great job, I say. Pikachu assures me not to worry, and I see Tulip's fifth Pokemon is a Gallade. I decide to go with Bombardier, and I have the Pokemon use Dual Wing Beat, dealing a lot of damage, but Gallade goes for X-Scissor, which deals a lot of damage. Bombardier. Let's use Rock Slide. I decide to let the bird tossing rocks, but Tulip has Gallade slashes all the rocks using Leaf Blade. Close combat, and Gallade jumps into the air and continues to hit Bombardier, and then finishes with another X-Scissor. Are you kidding me? I ask in shock. How strong is this Gallade? More than you think. Tulip smirks at me as I scowl a little. I decide to go with Tinkaton, having it go for the Gigaton Hammer on Gallade, but much to my annoyance, Gallade manages to use another close combat and manages to hit Tinkaton. Tinkaton, play rough. I just wish that my attack will hit the Pokemon, but Gallade goes for the Psycho Cut and close combat at the same time, and Tinkaton is also defeated. What's going on here? How come Ash loses 2 Pokemon to the Gallade? Lillie asks. Dendra says, like my Medicham, Tulip has been training hard with Gallade as its symbols are friendship. I curses a little as I have Sableye out again, and this time Sableye uses Shadow Claw to finally defeat the Pokemon. You're just as hard to get rid of as caked on mascara, I see. I need a good makeup remover. Florges, I need your help. The final Pokemon is a Florges. It is not that surprising since it used to be a fairy type, and it defeats my Sableye with a Moonblast. My final Pokemon is Banette, and I decide to terrestrialize this Pokemon so it will become stronger, though it is still a ghost type. Come here, my little Florges. It's time for a makeover. You'll become a new you. She uses the Terra Orb and terrestrialize her Florges, giving it the giant eye on top of the Pokemon. So that's her terrestrialized Pokemon, Dawn says. Ash is in trouble right now. Dendra says. My bewitching beauty methods will cleanse you right down to the depths of your pores. Use Psychic. Tulip yells. Banette is hit by the attack, but I say, Banette, use Shadow Claw. Banette uses the Ghost-type move and it manages to land a hit on Florges. Florges goes for Charm and Petal Blizzard, but Banette dodges the attack and lands the Will-O-Wisp, and eventually defeating the Pokemon with Shadow Ball. Florges is unable to battle. Banette wins, which means the victory goes to Ash Ketchum, the referee says. We've done it. I sigh as I hug my Banette. It is not an easy battle to win it. Your strength has a magic to it that cannot be washed away. Tulip sighs while recalling Florges. And your beauty rivals even my own. I can't believe it. You are quite splendid. Yes, truly amazing. Perhaps I should take you under my wing before you make your big break elsewhere. I widen my eyes a little, and she continues, but I suppose I need to work on myself a little more first before I run off and do such a thing. You have earned my gym badge. Allow me to strike one of my best poses to give it to you. Congratulations, Ash. I get the 7th gym badge from the gym leader, and she asks me to do a pose like her as we are taken the picture by Rotom. Don't go uploading that selfie we just took to social media, okay? I think my makeup has run a little with all the moving and sweating I did during our battle. I need to fix it fast before my next appointment. My schedule is absolutely packed, you know. Farewell, then. You did splendidly today. Thanks. I say as she leaves. Lillie says, she sure is a troublesome opponent. Indeed. Dawn says. The next day, Professor Dendra isn't going to watch the battle with us like yesterday, and Lillie is facing Tulip with her Farigiraf, Gardevoir, Espathra, and Florges. Once she gets the badge, we are now back at the gym building. Rika is there with a girl and she says, Hey, Rika here, at your service. What are you doing here? I ask with surprise, not expecting to see the Elite Four member here. These gyms really aren't giving you much trouble, are they? Rika asks. I'm not so sure about that. Lillie says. Rika, the girl beside her says. Huh? Oh, right. You two haven't met, have you? Rika asks. These two young trainers are Ash and Lillie. They're so good with Pokemon, even La Primera's taken an interest in them. Oh wow. The girl says. But I think my Pokemon are really strong, too. Like, really strong. And you are? I ask, but I'm cut off by Rika. Which one of you is stronger, do you think? Rika asks, Poppy, just so you know. Ash here is the world monarch. Well, Poppy mutters. I'm one of the Elite Four, so I'm more amazing. Every one of us except for Nimona has our mouths open wide. This little girl here is an Elite Four member? That means she's the youngest Elite Four member that I've ever met. Ah. Now aren't you just adorable? Rika asks. I know it's hard to believe, but this tiny little one is indeed one of the Elite Four. Yeah, I am. I hope I get to show you my Pokemon soon. So hurry up and come to the Pokemon League. It's where the, pinnacle. It's where the pinnacle of Pokemon battling happens. Poppy says. See you there. Then she rushes off, and Rika yells, Hey, wait up. Before she leaves, she says, Well, you keep up the good work. You heard the kid. She's waiting for you. Wait up, Poppy. Don't leave your pal Rika behind. After she leaves, I say, seriously? That girl is the Elite Four member? And she seems to be 10 years younger than us. Nimona says, there is a good reason why she's stronger than Rika after all. You're kidding. Lillie mutters as we leave the gym. Now it is Monday, and before we get to class, we decide to go on another hunt for the treasure of ruins. Now that we have access to South Area Province 6, the 7 of us are searching for the stakes. If I remember, your flight is today, right? I ask Dawn, who says, yeah, But I don't mind helping you guys find some sort of legendary Pokemon, it is actually fun. Well, you do realize that the legendary Pokemon we're looking for is quite dangerous, Lillie says. They are also known as the Treasure of Ruins, they can create disasters. But I wonder what kind of legendary Pokemon we're having today. Raychiu says. And where all of the 8 stakes are. Just hope that they're not in a ridiculous position, but even if that happens, we have Pokemon to help us, Nimona says. True. I smile. And first, we're going to find the stakes, this time we're looking for orange stakes. The first one, which is located at the West Province Area 1, is south of the Watchtower. The second stake, which is located at the West Province Area 1, is tucked away in a corner of an area to the west of the Pokemon League building. The third stake, which is located at West Province Area 1, is in a hole in the ground that we can jump into from above. The fourth stake, which is located at Kaskarafa, is hidden behind the tree behind the gym. The fifth stake, which is located at West Province Area 1, is on an elevated cliff south of the Pokemon Center. The sixth stake, which is located at South Province Area 6, is on a small cliff ledge to the east of Alfornada. The seventh stake, which is located in South Province Area 2, is on a cliff that oversees Cortondo. And finally, the last stake, which is located in South Province Area 6, is in a tunnel underground, which can be accessed easily by the beach to the west. After pulling out the last stake, we decide to head to the shrine, which is located at the cliffside of West Province Area 1. Nimona says, there is no sight of Team Rocket nearby. Good. Now let's open the gate and make sure that we're prepared, I say as I touch the gate. And just then, the ground is shaking, and when the gate opens, a giant white leopard appears with 2 broken swords coming out as teeth. It gives out a roar and suddenly, the whole area becomes snowy. What the? It is an ice type now, Nimona asks. Good thing I have brought some jackets, I say as we quickly put them on. Arceus says, this is Chien Pao, the Sword of Ruin. It is a dark and ice type. I say, Chien Pao, the Sword of Ruin, that means fighting type will be better. Then we all send out our Pokemon. I use Hawlucha, Lillie uses Revavroom, Nimona uses Orthworm, Drandon uses Talonflame, Raychiu uses Quaquaval, Luke uses Cloth, and Dawn uses Lopunny to battle the Pokemon in front of us. Chien Pao growls and suddenly, all of our Pokemon get our defense stats weakened. I say, that's the ability. Sword of Ruin. The power of the Pokemon's ruinous sword lowers the defense stats of all Pokemon except itself. That means it is not good for us. It probably has a lot of physical attacks, Lillie says. And Chien Pao goes for the Sacred Sword, slashing Lopunny and Orthworm. Lopunny, Orthworm, hang in there. I say, Hawlucha, Karate Chop, Talonflame, Fire Blast. Both of us yell at the same time as we attack the Pokemon. It is super effective, but it goes for the Recover to recover its health. It can use Recover. This is not good, Lillie says. Revavroom, spin out. Lillie has the Pokemon hit Chien Pao, but Chien Pao goes for the Ruination. I mutter, not again. What was that? Dawn asks, our Pokemon. Their HP are cut in half. That's Ruination. Wo-Chien did the same thing to us last time. Nimona says, Orthworm, Iron Head. Orthworm manages to make Chien Pao flinch, but Chien Pao goes for the mist attack, surrounding the area. Cloth. Rock Tomb. The attack manages to hit Chien Pao, but with the mist, the speed stat doesn't get lowered. Then Chien Pao goes for another Scared Sword, hitting Cloth and Revavroom at the same time. Hawlucha. Flying Press, I yell, and Hawlucha slams at the Pokemon, and Revavroom also uses Poison Jab, making it poisoned. Dawn looks at the sky and says, it is hailing, but why doesn't our Pokemon take the hail damage? Nimona says, that's because it is not hailing, this is Snowscape. It doesn't do damage but still boosts the Ice-type moves. Good to know about that. I say. Cloth goes for high horsepower, but Chien Pao dodges the attack and slams the Revavroom with Throat Chop. Damn it. Revavroom can't use Uproar, Lillie curses. We can still do this, I say. Talonflame goes for Flame Charge and hits Chien Pao, and Raychiu goes for Aqua Step, damaging Chien Pao until it is weak. Finish with High Jump Kick. and just when the high jump kick hits Chi and Pao, it finally faints. We did it. But just as I am about to throw an ultra ball, a net suddenly appears from the sky, and Chi and Pao, in its weakest form, is captured. Hey! That's cheating! Lillie yells. And it turns out that the one who does the dirty work is Team Rocket, as they do the same motto again. The Sinnoh twerp is here as well, Meowth says. No matter, we've got what we want, let's flee, Jessie says. You're not leaving with Chi and Pao, I yell. Wo Qian, I need your help. As I send out the legendary Pokemon, James says, that twerp caught the tablets of ruin. Let's get that one as well, Meowth says, but Wo Qian goes for the Power Whip, destroying the net, and it goes for Leaf Storm to break the net and free Chi and Pao. No, Team Rocket Trio yells in horror. I rush to Chi and Pao and asks, are you alright? The leopard looks at me before giving me a nod, and I yell, Wo Qian, use Power Whip, Chi and Pao, use Icicle Crash. Both legendary Pokemon attack the hot air balloon with my command, and Team Rocket's balloon is broken and they all yell, we're blasting off again. Once they leave, I turn to Chi and Pao and says, sorry that we attack you, but we're here to free you from the shrine. Chi and Pao turns to Wo Qian, who says, this trainer can be trusted. Don't worry. He is not like the king, nor the warriors that used your swords to kill anyone. Chi and Pao turns to me and says, very well. You're not the wielders that I've met before. I'll come with you. I wonder what Chi and Pao means, but thankfully Arceus is able to answer my question. Arceus says, this Pokemon is made by the hatred souls who were killed by the sword, and those souls buried in the snow form to become this Pokemon. So it was like an Aegislash, but in a different way? I ask. Well, you can say so. Arceus chuckles at my connections. Then I take out the Ultra Ball and capture the legendary Pokemon. Chi and Pao. The ruinous Pokemon, Dark and Ice type. This Pokemon can control 100 tons of fallen snow. It plays around innocently by leaping in and out of avalanches it has caused. Dawn says, that sure was exhausting. I know, Lillie says, but at least we managed to free another one of the Treasures of Ruins Pokemon. Now we need to let Professor Rayfort see this Pokemon. After getting to Professor Rayfort's office, we decide to show her Chi and Pao. She gasps, this is Chi and Pao, the Sword of Ruin? She starts to look at the swords as the Pokemon's teeth, and she says, so the sword's blade and hilt form the Pokemon's left and right fangs. I wonder if the sword broke when it became a Pokemon. Or perhaps it was always that way. Now that I think about it, this is pretty weird, I say. No, wait. I cannot imagine the king wanting to buy a broken sword. Maybe it was some sort of weapon that was meant to be used in this broken state? I'm not sure about that. Or perhaps when the sword becomes this Pokemon, the sword breaks in half, I ask. This mystery grows ever deeper. Ah, my thirst for knowledge is slowly being quenched. Seeing part of history with my own eyes fills me with joy. I thank you all, Rayfort says. This teacher is really something, Dawn says to us. Raisa says, Professor Rayfort is probably the best history teacher in the class after all. And I also can't believe that the Treasure of Ruins is real. I can't wait to see 2 more treasures for ourselves. I say, but are you sure it is fine letting me capture this Pokemon? I'm sure that all of you want to capture the Treasure of Ruins as well. Nimona says, nah. Having them on our team might bring us a lot of bad luck. You are different because you already have a lot of legendary Pokemon in your team. Indeed. Besides, Arceus is the one who requested you to capture them, not us, Drandon says. So you guys have met Ash's Arceus? Dawn asks. We've met him once, Raisa says, and it is not hostile towards us. That's a good thing to know. Back at the Sinnoh Fair, we did hear about his distrust against humans and how it almost destroyed the world. That sure is not a great experience. Dawn chuckles, traveling back in time to prevent everything from happening. Nimona says, well, I'm going to prepare for the Alola Fair, so I'll see you later. After Nimona leaves, Lillie says, Alola Fair. That means our friends from Alola are going to come this week. Yeah, I can't wait. I chuckle. Maybe your family will come as well. Lillie nods, and then Dawn looks at the watch and says, I think it is time for me to leave Paldea. Oh yeah. We're going to miss you a lot. Raychiu says, it is always fun to have a new roommate. Same here, and Paldea region is also a lot of fun. I can't wait for next year to enroll in the university, though, Dawn says. Then we all high-five before we decide to send Dawn off for the plane. And once we're done, we decide to head back to Professor Jack's biology class. That night, I decided to call my mother for the news. Delia says, so you have captured the second Treasure of Ruins Pokemon. I'm proud of you. That means only 2 more and you'll get all 4 them. I know, Mom. I say, but I want to say that I'm not going to head to another ruin next week, since I want to finish my gym battles first. I understand, we're still planning and we are not going to attack very soon. Delia nods. Though you have to be careful on your journey, it is going to be harder and harder. I will, thanks Mom. I smile before we end the call. Tuesday, Lillie and I are now inside the Alfornata cavern, and we finally find the Pokemon that we want to find. It is a crystal plant-like Pokemon that is also a rock type. Glimmet. The ore Pokemon. Rock and poison type. Glimmet's toxic mineral crystals look just like flower petals. This Pokemon scatters poisonous powder like pollen to protect itself. Rock and poison type. Lillie shivers a little, and I sigh. I know. It is the same as raychiu. But it has the ability Toxic Debris. It scatters poison spikes at the feet of the opposing team when the Pokemon takes damage from physical moves. Yeah. Lillie says as we decide to leave the cave. But speaking of Nihilego, the Alola Fair is happening back at school right now. Yeah, I'm sure we have a lot of things to show our classmates. I say with a smile as we all head back to the school. Wednesday, I was asked to give out a speech to the crowd because I am the Alola champion. It was quite nerve-wracking, but I'm glad that it is over so I can meet up with the others to train some Pokemon. And the Glimmet also evolves into a giant crystal flower. Glimmora. The ore Pokemon. Rock and poison type. Evolved from Glimmet at LV. 35. Glimmora's petals are made of crystallized poison energy. It has recently become evident that these petals resemble Terra Jewels. It has the move called Mortal Spin. Lillie says. The user performs a spin attack that can also eliminate the effects of such moves as Bind, Wrap, and Leech Seed. This also poisons opposing Pokemon. So Rapid Spin and Toxic combine? That is quite interesting, I say. And then we decide to look at the fair, where it shows the 4 tapas. According to the legends of Alola, the guardian deities serve as protectors of the island each resides in. At one point, they participated in a war against each other. Eventually, due to the destruction the war brought, they stopped being involved in human affairs. They occasionally fight to see who is the strongest, which led to the creation of the Battle Royal format. Whenever an Ultra Beast appears in Alola, the deities will fiercely fight against it in order to protect their islands from invaders, Lillie says. That sure sounds interesting. Raychiu says. Each of the 4 main islands in Alola has a guardian deity. Tapu Koko on Mele Mele Island, Tapu Lele on Akala Island, Tapu Bulu on Ulaula Island, and Tapu Fini on Pony Island. The island kahunas are each chosen by their island's guardian deity. That's right. I say. Tapu Koko stops the conflict, Tapu Lele heals the Pokemon, Tapu Bulu grows the fields, and Tapu Fini lets you meet the dead. Meet the dead? That is weird. Drandon says. Yeah, and it is thanks to Tapu Fini that we realize that our father wasn't dead, Lillie says. And I remember Ash using Pikachu to fight against Tapu Koko. Drandon says. It was also the exciting battle to watch. Yeah. I still remember that. I chuckle as we head to the next stand. This is Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma. I say. Solgaleo is an emissary of the sun known as the beast that devours the sun. Lunala is an emissary of the moon known as the beast that calls the moon. Necrozma, the 3rd member of the trio, also known as the Blinding One, actively seeks out the other 2 in order to steal the light they possess, which will allow it to regain its true form, Ultra Necrozma. Those 3 have their respective Z moves. Lillie says, and I still remember the day when we met Nebby. Nebby? Is that your Pokemon? Nimona asks. It's our Solgaleo. I say. Nebby has brought us to the Ultra Dimensions so we can save Lillie's mother. So that means you've traveled through the Ultra Dimensions? Luke asks. Of course. But that is a long story, Lillie says. As we continue, we notice an exhibition showing the Ultra Beasts, and two of the Ether Foundation members are the ones who did the exhibit. When the staff notices Lillie, they bow, "Mr. Ash, Ms. Lillie. What are you two doing here? And are you seriously showing the Ultra Beasts from this stand?" Lillie asks with surprise. "We got permission from the president so that we will be able to show the Ultra Beasts," the staff member says. "Indeed. And it is not that people here will be able to get in contact with all of them," the other staff member says. "If Ms. Lusamine and Mr. Mon want you to do this, then it is fine. I just hope you didn't scare a lot of people here," I sigh. "So what is this about? Ultra Beasts?" Drandon asks. "Yes, they are mysterious creatures from the Ultra Wormholes, and each of them is dangerous and also interesting," I say. "I have captured all of them, but they are still trying to get used to the world we live in." Lillie says, "All of these are actually researched by my family, so I'll explain everything. Starting off with this one, Nihilego, also known as Symbiont. Nihilego is a parasitic organism and, by latching onto one's head, is capable of injecting a neurotoxin that subtly alters the thoughts and actions of any human or Pokemon that becomes its host." "Parasitic organism," Raisa says with a slight shiver. "And what about the neurotoxin?" "This neurotoxin stimulates intense feelings of excitement while causing a loss of inhibitions, which acts to forcibly bring out any latent potential within the host while wearing away at their minds. Our foundation suggests that it acts mainly on a self-preservation instinct. They are also capable of creating illusions and seeing the memories of humans, and they can demonstrate emotions other than self-preservation and the ability to heal people," Lillie says. I say, "The second one here is Buzzwole, also known as absorption. Its most notable feature is its ability to strengthen itself. By stabbing its proboscis into a foe, it absorbs the foe's energy. This, in turn, triggers a chemical reaction within its body fluids that causes its muscles to grow at explosive rates, further augmenting its already considerable strength. Buzzwole appears to strike bodybuilding poses before it performs any sort of action. This is thought to be its main form of communication, but what it could be trying to communicate is not understood." "Remember when you also try to do the same poses to communicate with it?" Lillie teases, and I blush a little. "But absorbing the energy? That is also crazy," Luke says. Lillie says, "Next is Pheromosa, also known as Beauty. Pheromosa's lithe, elegant body is capable of sudden feats of acceleration, able to reach speeds exceeding 120 miles per hour, which no other known lifeform has previously been able to reach. It also produces a sort of disarming pheromone, which was described as previously unknown to science, that causes those nearby to become awestruck by its presence. It displays a considerable reluctance towards touching anything as if it interprets our world as being unclean somehow. It does like to take our Z crystals since they're shiny for it," I say. "Okay," Nimona says. "Xurkitree, also known as lightning. It will plug its limbs and tail into the ground when it is low on energy and enter a tree-like state to absorb electricity from the earth. Its entire body crackles with astonishing electrical power. The cables that make up its body have been noted as being made of the same material as electrical wiring, and as such are highly efficient conductors of electricity. Its body contains an organ that produces energy, and it can discharge up to 1 million volts at once," I say. "And this seems to be a hard one to fight," Luke says. Celesteela, also known as Blaster. Its most distinctive feature is the energy that it stores within itself, a flammable gas that it can shoot from its two huge arms. This is mostly used to propel itself in flight and for battle, but it is thought to have sufficient power and lift to even fly into space. Celesteela's rocket thrust is powerful enough to destroy an entire bamboo forest. Despite being a steel type, Celesteela's body is plant-like and can absorb nutrients from the soil. Celesteela can have a long lifespan, as Ash's was buried in Alola for over 200 years. "But it seems to be giant," Raisa says while watching the picture. "Yeah, it is," I say. Next is Kartana, also known as Blade. Despite its small size compared to the other Ultra Beasts, Kartana is extremely dangerous, as every edge of its body is incredibly sharp. It is able to cut down a gigantic steel tower with one stroke of the blades on its arms, and any opponents that try to attack it will be similarly cut apart. Its light, paper-like body allows it to evade most attacks by simply floating out of the way, but it also makes it highly vulnerable to fire and moisture. Kartana can open ultra wormholes and has the ability to speak, only backward. That really is dangerous. Drandon says. The most dangerous one is this one. Guzzlord, also known as Glutton. Guzzlord feels like hard rubber. In order to eat, its tongue moves in a wave-like motion that pulls food towards its mouth. It is capable of eating mountains and buildings whole. Its constant hunger causes it to eat anything within reach of its two pincer-like tongues. Despite its appetite, no droppings have ever been found. It is speculated to convert everything it consumes into energy with no waste left over. I think we've seen this one attacking the Alola League before. Raychiu says. I have to guess you two were involved? Yeah. I say. And this one is Naganadel, also known as Stinger. It evolves from Poipole and the lower half of Naganadel's body houses its brain. It is able to show us memories and also communicate with us as well. That is creepy. Nimona says, but I think you used this one in the Alola League. Yeah. I say. Stakataka, also known as Assembly. A single Stakataka consists of almost 150 individual lifeforms. It hates having anything on top of itself and will violently try to shake the object off. However, if someone can resist the shaking and successfully ride it, then it will calm down and they'll gain Stakataka's respect, Lillie says. Wait, you mean every one of the stones is its life form? Luke asks. If you get inside its body, you'll be able to see 150 eyes staring at you. I say, causing everyone to shiver. And finally, Blacephalon, also known as Burst. The color of the sparks and the color and shape of the stars change with Blacephalon's mood. It is known to trick its targets through the silly way it walks before blowing its head up without warning, shocking them in the process. It then steals their vitality to use as energy. This ultra beast can freely move its head around easily and regenerate it after blowing it up. Weird. Raychiu says. But that's all of them. Yeah. I say, and we decide to check out the other stands, and there is one with Magirna, something that Lillie knows deeply of, and there is one with Marshadow, as I told them about the story the other day, and Zeraora's. Thursday. I already wake up at midnight at 3 a.m., so I decided to walk outside and find a Pokemon that I want to capture. And after searching for a while, I find the small candle on the ground, which pops out to be Greavard. There you are, little buddy. I say while petting the dog. I try not to play with him because it will suck my life energy, and I decide to capture the Pokemon by throwing a Pokeball at it. Greavard. The ghost dog Pokemon. Ghost type. It is said that a dog Pokemon that died in the wild without ever interacting with a human was reborn as this Pokemon. And by doing some midnight training, I evolved this ghost dog into a giant Houndstone. Houndstone. The ghost dog Pokemon. Ghost type. Evolved from Greavard at LV. 30. Houndstone spends most of its time sleeping in graveyards. Among all the dog Pokemon, this one is most loyal to its master. After a few hours, Lillie finds me sleeping in the courtyard. She shakes me up and says, Ash. What are you doing out here at midnight? Pikachu and the others are worried about you. I slowly wake up and mutter, well, I was busy training with this Pokemon. I throw the Pokeball and Houndstone appears. Lillie gasps, a Houndstone? Did it suck your life energy? Is that why you were sleeping outside? It didn't take my life energy, I was just too tired, I chuckle. Anyway, you have to stay awake. We have art class that we need to attend, Lillie sighs. Of course. I say as we all head to class. After class, I just decide to continue sleeping in my room, and thankfully that Lillie and the others are willing to let me rest for a day. And that afternoon, I also decide to continue train my other Pokemon, hoping for find a way to finish the final gym. Friday. Ash. Lillie. Long time no see. Lillie and I are now at the airport, and we are happy to see Professor Kukui bringing Mallow, Lana, Sophocles, and Kiave to Paldea region. Lillie is hugging Mallow, while I hug Professor Kukui and also greet the others. I can't believe you guys actually came. I say, though I was a little disappointed that Professor Burnett can't come since she's taking care of little Lay at Alola. Pikachu and Snowy are also happy to see the other Pokemon, like Marowak, Togedemaru, and Eevee. So how is your university life, Ash? Kukui asks. It is amazing. Lillie and I have been doing great here, I say. You're not giving her any trouble, are you? Kiave asks. Hey, I'm not that kind of person. I retort back. Lillie and I are helping each other and we aren't giving trouble to each other. Sure. Sophocles teases. But it is great to know that you two are still getting along well. And what is that supposed to mean? I frown, but Lillie says, how about we show you our dorms? We can show you our other friends at school. And we decide to go to our dorms, and we also introduce others to Raychiu, Drandon, Luke, and Nimona. Lana is now having a conversation with Raychiu about the water-type Pokemon, while Sophocles is talking with Luke about the inventions. As for the others, we are chatting together. So you mean Ash and Lillie are in the drama club? Mallow asks Nimona. Yeah, recently they put on a show called The Greninja Prince and it was totally amazing. Nimona says. I still have a recording, do you want to see? Lillie says, that was embarrassing, are you sure about that? While the girls are watching Lillie and my performance that we did at the drama club another day, Kiave, Professor Kukui, Drandon, and I are chatting. Kiave asks me, so you and Lillie are trying to take part in the league, is it really hard? It is not that hard. We also have some Titan battles that are similar to the totems as well. And the rewards are the herbs that we can use for meals, I say. Ash and Lillie are really famous around the school. Ash is the world monarch and Lillie is the daughter of the president of the Ether Foundation. Not to mention that they have good grades in the midterm exam and they are also known for stopping Team Star. That sounds like you guys really have a great life in here. Kukui asks. What do you think compared to the Alola's trainer school? I say, Alola's trainer school is great since we can learn a lot and the school is close to the sea. However, here in the university, it is also different. We learn a lot more advanced classes and we can also do those treasure hunts to find what our goal is. The treasure hunt seems like something we can actually add to the trainer's school. Kukui says with a slight chuckle. By the way, we also wanted Gladian to come with us, but he has been busy and he couldn't come here. Mallow says to Lillie. It's fine. Lillie replies. We still contact each other through the phone, and Gladian would also come and visit sometime since he's one of the graduates here. Never knew he was one. Lana says. Yeah, he just graduated last year. Distant learning really helps him a lot. Lillie sighs. So how about we have a battle? Kiave asks. It sure has been a while and I'm hoping to have a nice battle with you. I say, if you want to battle, that's fine for me. Let's go to the court. When we get to the court, we are now at the sides as Kiave sends out his Marowak as usual. I say, let me show you how strong we've achieved. Lycanroc, I choose you. After I send out the Lycanroc, it greets the Alola gang before focusing on the battle. Lycanroc, huh? Kiave says. Let's see how it goes. Use Bonemerang. Marowak throws the bone at Lycanroc, and I yell, dodge it and use Howl. I let Lycanroc boost the attack stat, and then I yell, Stone Edge. Marowak evades the jagged stones and rushes in for a retaliatory Iron Head. Lycanroc is prepared as it strikes Marowak with Stone Edge, sending Marowak flying onto the field. Now let's see if you can still handle this. Kiave starts to activate his Z-move pose, and I know that it is coming. Here it goes. I mutter. Inferno Overdrive, Kiave yells, and Marowak uses the attack and hits Lycanroc, causing it to be inside the flames. Raychiu says, so that's a Z move. You've never seen one before? Sophocles asks. Lillie says, Ash and I decide not to use them until we complete the league, since we figure that it will be better if we try it the Paldean way. I see. Mallow says, that is new. I wonder if I can have those recipes so I can use them in my kitchen. Sophocles says, that will be great. The food here is also amazing, Sophocles says. As I see my Lycanroc still standing, I smile and say, Kiave, how about I show you what we do in Paldea? I take out the Terra Orb and yells, Terrastalize now, Lycanroc. And when I throw the orb onto Lycanroc's head, it shows a creepy face as it signals a dark type. So this is the Terrastal phenomenon, Professor Kukui says. And now use Crunch. I yell, and Lycanroc charges to Crunch, but Marowak blocks it with the Shadow Bone, but it doesn't seem to be very effective. It's not very effective, Kiave asks. Now Lycanroc is a dark type, use Crunch again. I yell, and Lycanroc's second Crunch finally defeats Marowak, winning the match. That means Terrastal phenomenon is still the best, Nimona cheers. Well, Z moves are also great as well, Luke says. So what just happened? How come Lycanroc turns into a dark type? Mallow asks. Lycanroc might be a rock-type Pokemon, however, its Terra type is dark type. So by using the Terrastall phenomenon, it becomes a dark type instead. I say. The Terrastall phenomenon lasts until the battle ends or the Terrastallized Pokemon faints. After being used once, the Terra Orb loses all its Terrastall energy and has to be recharged by either touching crystals containing Terrastall energy or visiting a Pokemon Center. I see. Kukui says, that sure is something new. Lana asks, so that means Lillie, you can also use it as well? Of course, I can. Lillie says, they are pretty helpful when fighting in gym battles and also the Titan battles, as well as Team Star battles. Speaking of gym battles, tomorrow is going to be your final gym battle, right? Nimona asks. Yeah, we're doing the Ice-type gym in Glaciado Mountain. I say. Our goal is to aim for 18 badges, right now we have 14 of them. 18 badges sounds like a lot. Kukui says. I have to guess that each one corresponds to a Pokemon type? Yeah. The only ones left are Ice, Dragon, Fairy, and Fighting. I say. Anyway, since it is almost noon, how about we have something to eat for lunch? That sounds great. Sophocles says. Since we're new here, how about showing us the food here? Of course. Lillie says. We decide to show them the restaurants, and we pick burritos for lunch. On the menu, there are dry curry, chocolate vanilla fruit parfait, lemon gelato, Caesar salad, and Salisbury steak with fried fixings. We each order the food and we start to dig in, and I say, here in Paldea region, the food here actually gives you some sort of power. For example, the food that I'm eating, Salisbury steak with fried fixings, gives you 3 powers. The egg power boosts the chance to lay eggs. Encounter power for flying type, and capturing power for fairy type. I never know the food here will give those effects, Mallow says. I wonder why is that? Lillie says, who knows? But it is also great as well. After we finish the meals, we decide to also have some ice creams for desserts. The others all want to try out the Knackley salt ice cream, and a few like Kiave and Mallow wants to try out the teriyaki ice cream. However, during our relaxing time, we also encounter Team Rocket again, and they are still trying to take my Pikachu, but they still fail as they are sent flying. So they are still following you guys no matter what? Mallow asks. They only come a few weeks ago, and once they learn we're here as university students, they start to follow us. Lillie sighs. They're after the Treasure of Ruins Pokemon, and we've already got 2 of them. So you guys have to deal with them as well? Luke asks the Alola group. Yeah. Although I was surprised that the Beware didn't show up, Kiave says. Beware? Drandon asks. In the Alola region, when they are sent flying like that, they will be caught by the Beware in midair and taken away. I say. But after we leave Alola, they don't do that anymore. Seriously. Nimona says. And after we spend more time chatting and battling with one another, it is time for Professor Kukui and the others to leave the Paldea region. Time does fly so fast, and our meeting doesn't last really long. Drandon, Lillie, Nimona, and I are now at the top of Glaciado Mountain. Around the Pokemon Center, there is only a battlefield and a building. The gym building. Other than that, there is nothing else. So this is where the final gym is. I say. Yeah, the Ice-type gym, Nimona says. So what do you guys think of Ice-type? Drandon asks, and Lillie says, are you seriously asking me this? Ice-type is my favorite type. I mean, like Snowy, she's cute, don't you think? Well yeah. Drandon says. I say, Ice-types are also cool, like Lapras, Glalie, and Beardick. All of them are very unique, although the problem is that there are only a few Ice-type Pokemon in this world. Indeed. Ice-type Pokemon is said to have the least Pokemon in the world. Nimona says. What about the gyms that you've faced in the past? I frown a little and say, I remember that my last Ice-type gym in Kalos is not that great. I lost for the first time, and I was never depressed before. Then how did you get over with? Lillie asks. Serena gets me back to my senses by throwing snowballs at me. Telling me that I'm not the Ash I used to know, I say. I see. Nimona says. Despite she isn't here with us, I can tell she also has a lot of impact on you. Indeed. The same goes for you too as well, I say. And about the Z move for ice type, it is called Sub-Zero Slammer. And we got it from a totem Sandslash at Mount Lanakila, the only cold place in a tropical region like Alola. Lillie says. The Icium Z is actually the first Z crystal that I got in the Alola region. I see. Nimona says. That sounds interesting. But speaking of ice types, I think we haven't captured any ice-type Pokemon in the Paldea region, right? I ask. Well, you did get Chi and Pao, Lillie says, but I know what you mean. We haven't captured a normal ice-type Pokemon in Paldea. So I wonder what the gym leader is going to use. How about I tell you about it? The leader Grusha uses. Before Nimona can continue, I stop her and says, sorry, I want to save the surprise for later. Since it is ice-type, I'm pretty sure that I already have a plan ready for it. Me too. Lillie says. That's fine for me. Nimona says. All I can tell you is be careful. After getting to the gym, Nimona says, it's finally time for your last gym. Just so you know, I'm 0% worried about you. I know you got this. Even La Primera seems like she wants to keep an eye on you too. Maybe I'll go find her so we can cheer you on together when you battle the gym leader. Wait, you're going to find the La Primera here? I ask with shock. Of course. So go have a battle that's fruitful for you and for the crowd, Nimona says as she rushes out of the gym. I sigh as I go to the counter and meet the staffer. Welcome to Glaciado Gym. Let me register you as a challenger. Your name is Ash Ketchum, yes? Of course. I let the Rotom phone register my ID in the applications, and then the staff says, great, now, in order to face gym leader Grusha, you'll first need to pass the gym test. Here at the Glaciado Gym, that means doing the snow slope run. Snow slope run? I ask in surprise. Does that mean it is some sort of skiing? Ride a Pokemon down the designated course and try to reach the goal within the time limit. To start your test, just head out of the gym and go up a slope to your left. We'll fill you in on the details later there, now get out there and have fun. Lillie gulps and says, well, for some reason, I think this is going to be the hardest one to do. Me too. If only we can get some practice. But just as we head outside, we are shocked to see the snowstorm blocking our view. Drandon says, are you kidding me? How are we supposed to do the snow slope run in this weather? I guess we have to wait for the weather to calm down a little. I hope that Nimona isn't having any danger in this kind of weather. I sigh. I'm pretty sure that she's already left with the flying taxi. Lillie says. So what are we going to do then? How about we get some hot chocolate and watch some videos? Drandon asks. I guess it's fine. I say as we decide to relax for a while. Lillie takes something out from the bag and I ask, Lillie? What are you doing? I'm going to finish the homework from Professor Hassel, Lillie says to me. You haven't finished yet? I ask. I mean, I already finished back on Thursday. I know that the deadline is next Thursday, but I think my picture is missing something, Lillie says. I look at the picture and see that it is a picture of Snowy playing in the snow. There are also me and Lillie in the picture, but we are not the main focus. Snowy is quite cute in this picture, don't you think? I say. Yeah. But what am I missing? I want to make it more fantastic, Lillie says. How about trying to make an aurora in the skies? I ask. Snowy can use Aurora Veil, I'm sure it will be fantastic. That sounds like a great idea. You really are the best, Ash, Lillie says as she tries to finish the picture. Anytime. I say. Then I turn to Drandon, who is doing some math homework, and I ask, need some help? That will be nice. Drandon says. The problems that Drandon is working on are the questions related to TM creation, like giving the selective items and how many TMs can be created. Those are not that hard, but they are really complicated. And after teaching him a little, he decides to work on his own and I decided to look out at the window. Pikachu comes to me and I smile. Hey, Pikachu. How many times do you think we've encountered a blizzard? I think there is one in Kanto, one is Hoenn, one in Sinnoh, one in Kalos, and one in Galar. That sure is a lot of time that I can't remember all of them. Pikachu nods at me as we decide to play drawing on the windows together. We waited for an hour and the blizzard seems to stop, so we go to the staffer outside and he says, hey there, I've been waiting for you. This is where the snow slope run starts. Your task is to ride a Pokemon all the way down this course. It's like a slippery, slidey nature trail, Reach the finish line within the target time, and you'll have passed the test. Can we get some practice first? Because we've never tried this before, Lillie asks. Of course you can. The staffer says. When he shows me the race course, I gulp a little and see how deep it is. There are also some signs with arrows. I guess I have to move in between the two signs. Come on out, Miraidon. I say as I take out the Pokemon, and when I hop onto the Pokemon, Miraidon steps forward, and just then, the floor becomes so slippery and Miraidon starts to slip down. Hey, wait. Miraidon. I'm not ready yet, and because Miraidon can't control itself, it keeps crashing into the signs and eventually it falls and we are trapped inside the snowball until we crash into the bottom of the hill. Ash, are you alright? Lillie asks me with worry. Miraidon and I pop our heads out of the snow and I mutter, I'm fine. I guess that was just a test run. But just as I manage to get out of the snow, I hear a familiar scream, and I realize that Lillie and Corydon are suffering the same thing and they are going to crash at us. Miraidon and I try to get out of the way, but the heavy snow causes me to trip and eventually we crush each other. I'm so sorry, Ash, Lillie gasps. It's fine. I sigh while trying to get back up and also helping Lillie up. Damn. Who knows, this is going to be so hard to do. We can continue practicing, right? Lillie asks. That is the only good thing. I say while using Rotom phone to call Drandon. Hey, Drandon. Have you tracked our time? Of course. Both of you managed to slide to the bottom within a minute and a half. The only problem is not to crash at the obstacles, Drandon says. I see. I say as we decide to walk the stairs and get back up to the gym building, and then we decide to go for a few more tries. Fortunately, there aren't any gym challengers coming here, so we can just try it all day. And when Miraidon and I get the hang of it, the pain that I fell into the snow is also insufferable. Lillie and Corydon are also trying, and they are also getting the hang of it. So, ready to attempt the gym test by taking on the snow slope run? The staffer asks after the two of us are now being confident and ready. I say, I'm ready. The staffer nods and says, let's get this test started, then, enjoy the winter wonderland on your way down. Then I take a deep breath as the timer starts. Miraidon and I start to slide down and try to get in between the signs. Now that's what I'm talking about, I say as we continue to slide, and eventually, the finish line is so close, and we manage to have a safe landing this time around. We did it. I cheer with Miraidon, and now the only problem is that we have to hike back up the mountain again. After doing a lot of tries, it is really tiring. The timer is 42 seconds left. Congratulations on completing the run, the staffer says. That was some of the best slidings I've ever seen, almost like seeing Grusha in his prime again. I guess the practice really pays off, I say, although it is tiring to climb all the way up the mountain, and my back is hurting a lot because of the falling attempts. So did I pass the gym test? Oh, you obviously passed the gym test with flying colors. Go let the receptionist know, the staffer says. And now we all head back into the gym building, and the staff says, great show on the slopes, Ash Ketchum. You finished the snow slope run, no problem. And you know what that means. You've cleared the gym test. Way to go. You've now earned the right to challenge the gym leader, the Sub-Zero Shredder Grusha. Best of luck. I nod as we all head to the gym battlefield, ready to face the final gym leader of the Paldea region. When we get to the battlefield, we are waiting for the gym leader to show up, and just then, we find a white Pokemon walking toward us. Lillie asks, what's that? It's a Seatottle, Drandon says. It is an Ice-type Pokemon. The Pokemon is jumping in front of me, and I was confused. Just then, a blue-haired man with a scarf covering his mouth and wearing a white coat walks towards the Seatottle and says, there you are. He shivers a little and says, brr. I'm freezing. He turns to me and says, I take it you're a challenger? Ash Ketchum, the world monarch? So you're Grusha? The gym leader? I ask. My name's Grusha. I'm a snowboarder. Used to be pro, actually, he says. Now I'm a gym leader. I saw you on the slopes. Your skills. Yeah, they were pretty cool. Thanks, I ask. But don't let that go to your head. Winter mountains are dangerous. They can throw your life right off course, easy as that. Grusha says to me. Yeah, I think I've already had some experience with that. I wince a little. Same thing with Pokemon battles, really. It's always the most dangerous when you're just starting to get the hang of things. Today's not a great day to face me, you know. You're better off giving up. You sure you want to battle me? Give up? Like hell. I'm going to give up, I yell. For some reason, I don't like this gym leader. Still trying to act cool, huh? That's too bad. Well, this is my job now. So don't take what I'm about to do personally. So he is just like Price from the Johto region, huh? No matter, I'm going to win this battle for sure. The staff comes and says, the battle between the Glaciato gym leader Grusha and the challenger Ketchum is about to begin. Each trainer will be using 6 Pokemon, and when one loses all 6 Pokemon, the other trainer wins. Get ready to feel the icy bite of reality. Frostmoth. His first Pokemon is Frostmoth, huh? Then it will be perfect if I go for a rock type. Stonjourner. I choose you. I decide to go with Stonjourner first. Don't say I didn't warn you. Not my fault if you get overwhelmed. Grusha sighs. Tailwind. He is going to set up the Tailwind, huh? I sigh as I say, Stonjourner, let's set up Stealth Rocks. I also decide to go with the move and create a lot of invisible rocks. Grusha says, Quiver Dance and go for Bug Buzz. Frostmoth gets a power boost and it lands the attack on Stonjourner, but I have Stonjourner use Heavy Slam to hit back, dealing some damage. Now let's go with Stone Edge, I yell, and once the Stone Edge hits, Frostmoth is getting a lot of damage. Lillie says, nice. Frostmoth is going to take that much damage. Use Blizzard. I have Stonjourner use Wide Guard to protect against the damage, and eventually, I defeat the Frostmoth with Stone Edge again. Looks like you do have some skills as rumors say. Grusha says as he sends out his second Pokemon, a Beartic. Beartic goes for the Aqua Jet, dealing a lot of damage to Stonjourner. Stonjourner. Use Body Slam. I decide to have Stonjourner use the move, and it makes Beartic paralyzed, but Beartic goes for the Earthquake, defeating the Stonjourner. You did a good job. I recall Stonjourner and decide to go with my second Pokemon. Hawlucha, I choose you. When Hawlucha is sent out, I decide to have it go with the Karate Chop, but Beartic goes for Icicle Crash and it deals a lot of damage to Hawlucha. Hang in there, Hawlucha. I say, Flying Press. Protect. Grusha says as Beartic manages to protect itself, and then it goes for another Icicle Crash, but this time Hawlucha manages to dodge the attack. Hawlucha is part flying. Ice type is still going to hurt a lot. Lillie is showing concern. But this is Ash we're talking about, I'm sure he'll be fine, Drandon says. Then I have Hawlucha go for the Flying Press again, and this time it manages to defeat Beartic, giving him the victory. Nice work, Hawlucha. Hawlucha is doing some victory poses like usual. He sure is interesting, don't you think? The next Pokemon that Grusha sends out is a White Whale Pokemon that I've never seen before, but I have to guess that it's the evolution of Seatottle. Seatitan, Ice Spinner. I was confused by the new move, and just then, it deals a lot of damage to Hawlucha. Hawlucha. Hang in there and use High Jump Kick. I try to take a gamble, and much to my horror, Seatitan manages to dodge the attack by using Bounce, and Hawlucha also hurt himself. Then the Bounce manages to finish Hawlucha off. If this is the strength of the World Monarch, then I'm disappointed, Grusha sighs. Hey, just so you know I can show you more. I say while sending out my next Pokemon, Tyranitar. Tyranitar's Sandstream causes the Sandstorm to come, and I have Tyranitar use Rock Slide, defeating the Seatitan with ease. Well, if you want a Pseudo Legendary, I can also give you one. Grusha says as he sends out a Pokemon that I've never seen before, but it is a large dragon with something on its back. That's Baxcalibur, Drandon says. The Pseudo Legendary Pokemon of the Paldea region. So that means it has 600 base stats as well? Lillie asks with surprise. Brick Break. Grusha says, and Tyranitar is getting a lot of damage by the attack. I say, I can't give up right now. Tyranitar. Use Fire Fang. Wait, Ash. Don't do it, Drandon yells, but it is too late. Baxcalibur takes the Fire-type attack, but I can see that its attack stat is boosting. Baxcalibur has the ability Thermal Exchange, and now you're finished. Glaive Rush. When Baxcalibur attacks Tyranitar with the powerful Dragon move, I can see that Tyranitar is finished. I frown a little and says, Tyranitar. I'm sorry. I recall my Tyranitar and Pikachu wanting to jump into the battlefield. Okay, Pikachu. I trust you, buddy. When Pikachu is in the field, I yell, let's do brick break. Pikachu goes for the attack, and much to my surprise, the attack manages to deal more damage to Baxcalibur than I expected. Lillie asks, what's going on here? That sure is a lot of damage. Glaive Rush might be powerful, but after using it, the opponent's next move will always hit and becomes double the damage, Drandon says. I smirk as I find a chance to continue. Pikachu, let's go with Draco Spark. Pikachu smirks as he goes for its dragon move, and Grusha tries to have Baxcalibur blocks it with Dragon Claw, but it fails as the attack hits and knocks the Pseudo Legendary out. I have to admit that your Pikachu is something else. Weavile is my 5th Pokemon. After Weavile appears, I have Pikachu use Brick Break, but Weavile manages to dodge the attack and goes for the Night Slash, hitting Pikachu. Thunderbolt. I have Pikachu use the attack, but Weavile blocks it with the X-Scissor, and then deals the Ice Punch on Pikachu, knocking it out. Pikachu. I'm sorry again. I sigh, Pikachu has been losing a lot in the gym battles recently. After giving the Pokemon to Lillie, I decide to use Hatterene next. A Fairy type. I see. However, will it be able to withstand the Shadow Claw? I quickly have Hatterene use Dazzling Gleam to blind the Dark-type Pokemon. Then I have it use Mystical Fire, dealing a lot of damage. Hatterene, use Dazzling Gleam again, Night Slash. Both attacks are hitting each other, but in the end, Hatterene overpowers Weavile and defeats it, meaning that Grusha has only one Pokemon left. You're not just talk, I see, but you're still one false step from a steep fall, Grusha says. His final Pokemon is an Altaria, a Pokemon that I'm not expecting. But I have Hatterene use Dazzling Gleam before it can Terastallize, but Altaria just defeats my Hatterene with just a Hurricane and the Confusion effect. Here goes nothing. I send out my final Pokemon, which is Lucario. Battles are like mountains in winter, the situation can change in a heartbeat, Grusha says. The two of us Terastallize our Pokemon, my Lucario is Steel-type and Altaria is Ice-type. You're always just one step away from devastation. The cold will leave you shaking. He has Altaria use Ice Beam on Lucario, but Lucario dodges the attack and goes for the Flash Cannon, dealing a lot of damage. Then Altaria goes for Hurricane, making Lucario confused, but Lucario manages to calm himself and use Aura Sphere, eventually defeating the Altaria in the end. Altaria is unable to battle, Lucario wins, which means the victory goes to Ash Ketchum. Nice work. I shake hands with Lucario, since hugging might not be the best choice because of the spike on his chest. Grusha recalls Altaria and says, you melted straight through my ice, just like it used to be. Did you say something? I ask. Oh, never mind. I should give you your gym badge. He gives me the ice badge, and when Rotom tries to take a picture of us, Grusha asks, huh? You want a photo together to commemorate your win? See, come on, that's so uncool. I don't usually do that sort of thing, but okay, fine. Special occasion. Grusha reluctantly takes a photo with me, and he mutters, feel free to stop by again. If you don't mind the cold, that is. Lillie is doing the gym battle the next day, and we finally find Nimona and Geeta watching her battle. After winning against Frostmoth, Beartic, Sea-Titan, and Altaria, Lillie also gets her final badge. Back in the gym building, Nimona says, Ash, Lillie, you did it, aw, I'm so happy for you. This is the best. I know I said I wasn't worried, but my heart was still pounding the whole time. Most impressive, Ash and Lillie. A shining display of talent, I must admit. Seriously. Pat yourself on the back, you beat every single gym, Nimona says, which means. Indeed. Now that you've gathered 8 gym badges, all that's left is to take on the Pokemon League. Geeta says. If you hope to stand alongside Nimona as a fellow champion, head to the Pokemon League. That is where you can take on the champion assessment. I see. I say. Yeah, hurry up and get to my rank, I'm itching for a battle of equals. Nimona says. I've got to take the time while you're facing the Pokemon League to fine-tune my Pokemon's moves and revamp all my tactics. But you do remember that we still have other things to do, Lillie sighs. Geeta says, it's unusual for me to see her so excited, though perhaps not for you. She must really be happy that she finally has friends who can keep pace with her own talents. There's a special kind of strength that can only be reached by competing with a good rival. Count me among those eager to see how far you three can go. In any case, I'll be waiting for you at the Pokemon League, northwest of Mesagoza. Yeah. Once the semester is over, we'll make sure to go there, I say. After that, we leave the gym and all head back to the school to rest. Monday. Time really flies as there are only 3 more weeks before the semester ends. Lillie and I decide to get back to South Province Area 5 to capture a new Pokemon for our team, and we also find some pink flamingos around the area. So that's a flamigo. I say, let's capture it. Lillie says, of course. Then we throw the Pokeball and capture the Pokemon with ease. Flamigo. The synchronized Pokemon, flying and fighting type. Thanks to a behavior of theirs known as synchronizing, an entire flock of these Pokemon can attack simultaneously in perfect harmony. This one has the hidden ability Co-Star. I say, when the Pokemon enters a battle, it copies an ally's stat changes. That might be very useful in the upcoming battles, Lillie says. Flamigo is also a cool Pokemon to use. And it seems like we're close to completing our Pokédex. Yeah, I say. Only just a few more. Tuesday. After class, we manage to climb up into a tower nearby and find a treasure chest, and when we open it, it turns out to be a Pokemon that shocks all of us. Raychiu says, that's Gimmighoul. Gimmighoul? I say with surprise. Wait, can these Pokemon evolve into Goldengo? The one that Raychiu used on us? Of course, but its evolution method is hard to achieve, Nimona says. Gimmighoul, chest form. The coin chest Pokemon. Ghost type. This Pokemon was born inside a treasure chest about 1,500 years ago. It sucks the life force out of scoundrels who try to steal the treasure. Gimmighoul, roaming form. The coin hunter Pokemon. Ghost type. This Pokemon was born from passion that seeped into a coin. It wanders, apparently seeking to return to the treasure chest it once inhabited. All it can do is astonish and tackle. I say. That's why it is so easy to capture. Still, to evolve this Pokemon, we need 999 Gimmighoul coins. A roaming form can give us 1 to 10 coins, and the chest form can give us 50 to 100 coins, Drandon says. How about we separate for a while to search for the coins? Once we all gather 999 coins, we can evolve this Pokemon, I say. When we decide to look for the Gimmighoul, the roaming form ones will just give us the coins before leaving, and the chest ones will only drop the coins after we defeat them. After we separate for a while, Lillie, Nimona, Drandon, and I find 200 coins while Raychiu and Luke find 100 coins. Once we gather again, we give all the coins to Gimmighoul and feed 1 rare candy to evolve it into a Goldengo. Goldengo. The coin entity Pokemon. Steel and Ghost type. Evolve from Gimmighoul when leveled up and have 999 Gimmighoul coins. Its body seems to be made up of 1,000 coins. This Pokemon gets along well with others and is quick to make friends with anybody. So its ability is called Good as Gold. A body of pure, solid gold gives the Pokemon full immunity to other Pokemon's status moves. And it has the move Make It Rain. The user attacks by throwing out a mass of coins. This also lowers the user's SP. It stat. Money is earned after the battle. Yeah, those are really annoying when Raychiu uses it on me. I sigh. But at least I can get a lot more money after the battle. Nimona says, that might be true. More money means you can spend on more things. Like Pokeballs, potions, and sometimes you will even get new clothes. By the way, Ash. I noticed that you have been wearing the same clothes. Did you ever wash your clothes? Drandon asks. I feel offended and say, of course I do. I just happen to have more than one jacket like this one. Because they are homemade. My mom is the one who sewed it for me. I see. I'm sorry to doubt you, Drandon says. It's fine. I shake my head, but maybe I should also try buying some new clothes at the store here. Then how about we go shopping? Raychiu asks. The girls also agree with the plan, while Drandon and Luke want to run away, but they are stopped by the girls. As for me, I sigh as I also come with them since why'd I bother? Wednesday. Today, we're at the Unova Fair, and speaking of which, This is the 7th fair that our school is having now. I say, Unova has a lot of new regional Pokemon in the area. Because of that, there are only a few Pokemon that can be found. Yeah. And look at those 4 Pokemon. Raychiu says. They're the Swords of Justice. The Swords of Justice have challenged humans according to the legend in order to protect other Pokemon from losing their homes to human expansion. According to legend, 3 Swords of Justice distrust humans because of the war that endangered the Pokemon living in Unova. Lillie says. The war? Drandon asks. The reason was war between 2 human factions, which resulted in a forest fire in the moor of Iceris. The lives of many wild Pokemon that lived there were endangered because of it. Ensnared by the smoke, they could not escape and their demise seemed certain until 3 figures appeared. Terrakion shaped the earth and created a passage by which to escape. Virizion used its speed to shield the Pokemon from sparks and embers, while their leader, Cobalion, ushered the Pokemon to safety. Despite their efforts, the forest eventually burned to the ground. However, amongst the ashes, the 3 came across a lone Pokemon known as Keldeo who was separated from his parents. The trio adopted Keldeo into their group and taught it the knowledge and moves necessary in order to survive. Over time, Keldeo began to surpass its teachers before leaving the forest. I say. He wants to show his worth by battling Kyurem. And what happened? Raychiu asks. He won, and he becomes the 4th member of the Swords of Justice. I say. The 4 of them proceeded to fight back the armies, overwhelming them with their combined might. Legends of them continue to be told today, and it has been said that if human conflict ever again threatened the safety of Pokemon, they would return to quell the fighting and preserve a climate of peace. And we decide to check out the next exhibition, the forces of nature. I say, Tornadus and Thunderous have been fighting each other and thus wreaking massive destruction across the land with their ferocious gales and fierce thunderstorms. And that's when the other 2 show up. Landorus and Enamorus. Both of them will stop the 2 Pokemon from fighting each other, bringing life to the destroyed land and bringing forth spring. Enamorus. But there is only Tornadus, Thunderous, and Landorus. How come we've never seen the Enamorus in this exhibit? I say, Enamorus never showed up in the Unova region like the other 3. The Enamorus lore is from the Sinnoh region. I see. Drandon says. And all 4 of them have the Therian forms and incarnate forms? Yes. The Therian forms are said to be the true forms. Lillie says. I assume that Ash has been in a fight with them before? Yeah. Trust me that it's not pleasant. Team Rocket, and I mean their boss, try to control them using the revealed glass back at Unova. I sigh. That sounds horrible. Luke says. And our next exhibit is the Dow Trio, which is something that is related to Team Plasma. There was once a single powerful dragon Pokemon used by twin heroes in order to create the Unova region. But the brothers each sought something different in life. Truth for the older brother and ideals for the younger, and they began to argue, then fight, over whose side was right. The single dragon, in response, split into 2 Pokemon. Reshiram, who sided with the older twin, and Zekrom, who sided with the younger twin. And after splitting, there is an empty shell, and that shell becomes Kyurem. So that's why Kyurem is able to fuse with Reshiram or Zekrom with the DNA splicers? Lillie asks. To tell the truth, my Kyurem doesn't need the DNA splicers. In fact, he can change forms without the need of Zekrom and Reshiram. I say, much to their surprise. Now back at the legend of Reshiram and Zekrom. The 2 dragons were equally matched as they battled and neither conquered the other. As a result, the brothers set aside their differences and equally declared that there was no right side, either. But the sons of the heroes resumed the fight, and Reshiram and Zekrom destroyed the region with their fire and lightning powers. That is an old myth, right? Lillie asks. And now Unova is thriving once more. Yeah. However, Team Plasma from Unova is also seeking Reshiram and controlling it. I sigh. It is a good thing that we stopped them in the end, I say. So another evil team that you've defeated, Raychiu says. I wonder how many more. Who knows? I chuckle. Speaking of the revealed glass that used to change the forms of the forces of nature, I'm going to talk about this mythical Pokemon. Meloetta. I say as we get to the next exhibit. The protectors, along with Meloetta, are guarding the abyssal ruins, watching over the revealed glass. They often had to fend off others who sought the power of the revealed glass for themselves, with the attacks growing increasingly frequent over time. Eventually, Meloetta sealed the ruins, along with the revealed glass, and fled with the guardian tribe to the forest, where they resettled and lived in peace. And let me guess, Team Rocket wants the power of the revealed glass, and they captured Meloetta? Nimona asks. I was just connecting the dots, just tell me if I'm wrong. No, you're not wrong, I say. And you're right about that. Meloetta escaped and we found her, and with help from Cynthia, we try to protect her from Team Rocket and even have to fight their leader. To tell the truth, I didn't tell him who my mom is, so Giovanni didn't know I was his son. You're sneaky. Lillie sighs, and this one is for Genesect. I say. Genesect was revived from a fossil and technologically enhanced by Team Plasma to create the most powerful Pokemon ever. Even though their king had the project cancelled and the P2 laboratory closed because he felt that Pokemon, who he thought to be perfect beings, would lose their beauty if modified by science. However, the scientists there kept working on it, angry that their king denied their talents. These scientists reconstructed Genesect and installed the cannon on its back. After the creation was completed, the Genesect army attacked them with Techno Blast, which caused Team Plasma to retreat, and the Genesect army, led by the Red Genesect, escaped from the burning lab. After escaping, they attempted to return to their homeland. But they are from the past, how are they going to return to their homeland? Raychiu asks. The Absentia Natural Park located in Decolor Islands is similar to their homeland, I say. And I also capture one of them with me. Why am I not surprised? Nimona chuckles. You always have to capture one legendary or mythical Pokemon. More than I have the permission to capture them. I say with a proud smile. I don't treat them as tools like what those evil teams use them for. Friday. Since we didn't do anything special on Thursday, we finally get to Friday and my travel companions, Iris and Salon, are coming to visit. Ash. Long time no see. Iris says to me as we share a hug, and I say, Iris, Salon. It is nice to see you two here. Salon says, indeed. How is your school life going? The first semester is about to be over. I say, but it is also nice to have a university life. Back then you were such a kid, but I never thought a kid like you can become a university student and also a world monarch. Excuse me? I say with an offended tone. Just so you know that I'm older than you, but anyway, you're here because of the speech, right? Of course, since I'm the Unova champion after all. Iris says with a smile. And when are you going to introduce your friends to us? Ah, sorry about that. This is Lillie, she's from the Alola region. Nimona, she's the school president. Raychiu and Luke are from the Hoenn region. And this is. Before I can introduce Drandon, Iris says, hey, Drandon, I never thought you were also here. What a surprise, Iris. Drandon greets the girl and says, how's Shannon doing? You mean your sister? Don't worry, she's doing a great job, Iris says. I have to guess you know each other, I ask. Of course, we're from the same village. And we have been playing together since childhood, Iris says. Remember my best friend Shannon? Drandon is actually her older brother. Really? So you guys seem to be very close, Raychiu says. The reunion flavor seems to be like an aromatic mist. Very nice and beautiful, Salon says. Nimona asks, did you know what Salon is talking about? Oh, don't worry. Salon is a Pokemon connoisseur, I say. He always talks that way and I'm used to it. After we get to the dorm meeting room, Iris says, you see, we're here because we also want to capture some Pokemon here in the Paldea region. I was trying to look for a Pokemon called Frigibax. Frigibax. Of course you're here for a Dragon-type Pokemon native in the Paldea region. I say. That is also an Ice-type Pokemon, are you sure you're okay with this? Iris says, are you kidding me? I'm already a champion. I might not like Ice-types, but I already can overcome my fear with it. Salon says, and it is not just Iris, I'm also here to search for a Pokemon that I want. I was also thinking about finding Sea-Titan. Sea-Titan? Lillie asks. That is also an Ice-type Pokemon. Indeed. But Sea-Toddle Grease is something that I really want to have. It will be good at cooking and the flavor will be fantastic as well, Salon says. I see. I say. Well, both of them can be found at Glaciado Mountain, so let's all go there. When the 8 of us are climbing the mountain, we decide to continue chatting, and Salon says, "So you have all 8 gym badges from Paldea and you're able to take the champion assessment test?" "Yeah, but I'm not planning to do it until the semester is over," I say. "Because there is the final exam, and we also have other things to do. Like Team Star and Titan Pokemon. We still have the fairy and fighting bases of Team Star, and the False Dragon Titan," I say. "False Dragon Titan?" Iris asks. "What does that mean, False Dragon? Like Charizard?" "I don't think it's Charizard, because the location seems to be at the Casseroya Lake. I have to guess it has to be a water-type Pokemon," I say. "Gyarados is like a dragon, but I don't think that will be the one. It has to be a Pokemon that is native to the Paldea region," Lillie says. "And what is this Team Star? Is it some sort of evil team?" Salon asks. "Team Star are people who have been bullied in the past. They've done something known as Operation Star, something that their boss regretted doing in the end," I say. "And right now the director and the boss of Team Star are asking us to stop them by taking their badges and destroying the bases. So far we've already destroyed 3 bases. And when we find the Seatottle," I say, "that's Seatottle. Maybe I should also catch one as well." I throw the Pokeball and send out Skeleturge, and Salon asks, "So that was Skeleturge, the fire-type starter in the Paldea region?" "You're right about that," I say. "Then I'll use Crustle," Salon says as he uses the Pokemon. The 2 of us fight the Seatottle and eventually, we capture them in the end. Seatottle. The Terra Whale Pokemon. Ice-type. This species left the ocean and began living on land a very long time ago. It seems to be closely related to Wailmer. Seatottle can use the move Ice Spinner. The user covers its feet in thin ice and twirls around, slamming into the target. This move's spinning motion also destroys the terrain. "We can also make this TM for other Ice-type Pokemon to use," Lillie says. "And to evolve this Pokemon, we need an Ice Stone," I say as I use it on Seatottle to make it evolve. Seatitan. The Terra Whale Pokemon. Ice-type. Evolve from Seatottle with Ice Stone. Ice energy builds up in the horn on its upper jaw, causing the horn to reach cryogenic temperatures that freeze its surroundings. After we manage to capture the Pokemon, Iris says, "Now it is my turn. I wonder where is the Frigibax?" I say, "Frigibax usually live in caves and other areas." Raisa says, "There is one over there." When we turn around, we find a terrestrialized Frigibax in front of us. It is now dark type as Iris says, "There is it. But what is going on here?" "This is the terrestrialization. Something popular in the Paldea region," I say. "You have to destroy the terrestrialization if you want to capture the Frigibax." Iris says, "Well, that is easy. I'll have Haxorus defeat the Pokemon." Then Iris sends out the Haxorus, and it goes for the dual chop, but Frigibax goes for crunch, and it deals a lot more damage than usual. But Iris still manages to defeat the Frigibax and also captures it in the end. "Nice job, Iris. You managed to capture the Frigibax," I say. "Thanks, but what about you? Are you also going to capture the Pokemon as well?" Iris asks. "Well, I'm going to find one," I say, "and I am pretty sure that there is a cave somewhere near here where I can find a Frigibax." And much to my delight, when we find a cave nearby, we manage to find a Frigibax, and I decide to go with the quick ball and capture the Pokemon. Frigibax. The Ice-Fin Pokemon. Dragon and Ice-type. Frigibax absorbs heat through its dorsal fin and converts the heat into ice energy. The higher the temperature, the more energy Frigibax stores. Frigibax has the ability Thermal Exchange. The Pokemon boosts the attack stat when the Pokemon is hit by a fire-type move. The Pokemon also cannot be burned, I say. "That sounds cool. I can't wait to evolve this Pokemon and become the powerful Dragon-type," Iris says. And after getting back to school, since Iris can't stand with the cold, we start to train our new Pokemon. And Frigibax evolves into Arctibax. Arctibax. The Ice-Fin Pokemon. Dragon and Ice-type. Evolve from Frigibax at LV 35. It attacks with the blade of its frozen dorsal fin by doing a front flip in the air. Arctibax's strong back and legs allow it to pull off this technique. And since Iris and I are both champions, and we have more level Pokemon for the 2 Arctibax to train with, and thus we evolve the Arctibax into Baxcalibur in the end. Baxcalibur. The Ice Dragon Pokemon. Dragon and Ice type. Evolved from Arctobax at LV. 54. It launches itself into battle by flipping upside down and spewing frigid air from its mouth. It finishes opponents off with its dorsal blade. Nice. Baxcalibur looks so amazing, Iris says. Indeed. It has a dragon-type move known as Glavi Rush. The user throws his entire body into a reckless charge. Attacks from opposing Pokémon during the next turn cannot miss and will inflict double damage, I say. That doesn't sound promising. Salon says. It doesn't. Our last gym leader uses this move, but it is defeated easily by Pikachu after using this to defeat my Tyranitar. I say. But some of the moves here in the Paldea region are really special. I see. Iris says. And since Iris and Salon, just like others, aren't going for a long stay, in the end, the two of us bid farewell after we send them to the airport. Once Lillie and I are alone in my room again, Lillie says, so tomorrow, we're going to North Province Area 3 to get to the Fairy-type Team Starbase, right? Yeah. I say. And then the next day, we're going to the False Dragon Titan, and after a week, we're going to the Fighting-type Team Starbase. And that will be it. 3 more badges left. Who knows, we already have 15 badges already, Lillie says. And there are still a lot of mysteries. I say, first, the Elite 4 members, we managed to meet 3 of them. Only Professor Hassel's type is Dragon and we have yet to know Poppy and Rika's type. And who is the last Elite 4 member that didn't show up? For the Titans in the Scarvio book, we still have questions about the origins of Koraidon and Miraidon, as well as the Pokémon that we've met from the Asado Desert. Great Tusk and Iron Treads. Professor Sada and Professor Turo might know about the whole thing, but we are still unable to call them. Arven also seems to be rebelling against them just like how I used to with my mother. And Team Star is also a problem as well. We only know about Operation Zero. Nimona refuses to talk about it, and Director Clavel also seems to be unsure about it as well. Most of the leaders of Team Star know Gladian or Diantha, but not one of them is willing to tell us everything. And finally, the locations of the other 2 Treasure of Ruins Pokémon. We have still yet to find where the other 2 are located. But if I am going to think about the direction, I have to guess that one is at North Province Area 2, and the other one is at Casseroya Lake, Lillie says. Too many mysteries, and too many answers that we need to find. I guess this is why it is called the treasure hunt after all, I say. Not to mention we still have our exams at the end of the semester. The final exams. Lillie says. Are you okay with that, Ash? If I am doing great in the midterm exams, why won't I do great in the final exams? I chuckle. I'm sure you're thinking the same thing as well. Yeah. Lillie sighs. To our surprise, the most northern place of the Paldea region isn't actually covered in snow, and there is a lot of fairy and grass-type Pokémon in the area. But all we can know is that the whole area belongs to the Team Star Fairy crew. Lillie, Drandon, Nimona, and I are the ones at the base, as this is actually Nimona and Drandon's first time clearing the Team Star base with us. So how did you do this Team Star raid battle? Nimona asks. First, we have to meet up with Director Clavel, and we will also wait for Cassiopeia's call, I say. And speaking of the devil, Director Clavel, who is disguised as Clive, is now standing in front of us. Nimona and Drandon can only open their mouth with shock. Ash and Lillie. I see that even Nimona and Drandon are here. Operation Starfall is going well, wouldn't you say? Only 2 bosses left now. This whole experience has been eye-opening, to say the least. I'm glad I could take part. Yeah. Clive. I was reluctant to say the name because the director keeps asking us to keep a secret. Clive? Drandon asks. That's his name, for now. Lillie replies. Don't ask. But I'm curious, Ash and Lillie. What do you think of Cassiopeia? Clive asks. That's a good question. She is mysterious, but she doesn't seem to be bad in some way, I say. Is that so? Personally, I don't think Cassiopeia feels any hate or resentment toward Team Star. No, there must be some other reason behind Operation Starfall. But what could it be? I don't know. Lillie says. Well, I'd best get back to keeping watch. Call for me if you decide to take on the base, okay? Clive asks. Sure. I say as Clive leaves for a while. Drandon says, I must say that Director Clavel has a weird disguise. I agree. Nimona says. I wonder why he would be like that. Anyway, we should get to the base now, I say. Just as we step forward, we see a man talking to a Team Star grunt. Nimona seems to be gasping in shock at the sight of the man. I will return later when it is time for the young master's piano lesson, the man says to the Team Star grunt. Until then, please give him my regards. Why yes, Mr. Harrington, the grunt says. Mr. Harrington? Is that really you? Nimona asks in surprise. The man and the grunt notices and Harrington says, I remember your Nimona, the school council president. It is quite surprising to see you here. And who might you three be? Friends of the young master, perhaps. Young master? I ask. Do you mean the boss of this place? Ah. I see. Since you seem unaware, I must inform you that this is the base of Team Star's ferry crew, the Rushba squad led by young master Ortega. Ortega? Lillie and I gasp in shock, and I seem to have some memories from the past. Flashback. Hey, Ash. Check this out. I turn to see a boy 2 years older than me showing 2 cars. One is a red one, and the other one is pink. I made this car all by myself. For real? That's amazing, I say. Does that mean we can play it together, Ortega? Of course. Let's see whose car can reach the tree over there, Ortega says to me. You're on. I smile as we all use our remote controls to control the car, and Ortega manages to win in the end. I win, Ortega says. That means I'm better than you, Ash. Don't be so sure. You might have made this car, but I'll win you next time, Ortega, I say back. Another flashback. Here you go. It is a present for you. Happy birthday, Lillie. Lillie looks at Ortega, who gives her a present. After opening the present, it is a car that is purple-colored. A car? Lillie asks. Yeah. I made it myself. This is actually my 3rd car since my 2nd car was for my friend, Ortega says. I hope you like it. Thank you so much, Ortega. I'll cherish it, Lillie says to him with a smile. Of course, you will. If you like it, that's fine for me, Ortega says with a warm smile. Flashback ends. You don't mean that Ortega? Son of the apparel brand Urtica? I ask. Wait, Ash. You know him as well? Lillie asks. You also know him, Lillie? How and when? I ask with surprise. Mr. Harrington? I don't think we're supposed to be giving out that information. The Team Star grunt says with a sweat drop. No? Then please accept my apologies, Harrington says. Do you have any idea as to who these people might be? They're no friend of ours. You know, I think they might be here and try to take us on, the Team Star grunt says. Understood. In that case, I take it you're an adversary of the young master, Harrington asks. Well, if we didn't know that the boss here is Ortega, then yes, we might be, Lillie says. Is that so? Well then, that leaves me with one last thing to ask you, Harrington says. Huh? We are all confused. Would you be so kind as to indulge me in a quick battle? Harrington asks. Wait, you're battling for Team Star. But that's impossible, Nimona yells with horror. Nimona, do you know this guy? I ask. He was the former director before Director Clavel took over, Nimona says, much to our surprise. Former director? I see. I say. Very well, I accept your challenge. Splendid. Then let us begin. Harrington says as he sends out 2 Pokemon to battle us, Morgrem and Hatram. Both of them are Galar region Pokemon. I say as we send out Dragalge and Frostmoth. Dragalge goes for the Poison Tail and Frostmoth goes for Bug Buzz, and after the continuous attacks, both of the former director's Pokemon are defeated. Well, Harrington says. Outstanding performance. However, be aware that young Master Ortega's battle prowess far surpasses my paltry skills. You would do well to take care. He also notices Clive behind us and he says, now, if you excuse me. As he leaves, the grunt says, Hasta la vista. After the man leaves, I ask, that guy used to be the director of the university? The same director that took care of my sister and Gladian in their school years? The grunt says, yeah. Now he's, like, tutoring the boss or something. He shows up here sometimes to take the boss to his lessons. Hang on. Why am I explaining this to you? There's no doubt you're here to make trouble, so I gotta go let everyone know. Hasta la vista. She does the pose before rushing into the base, and just as she leaves, we've got a call from Cassiopeia. I see the guard has been dealt with. Good job, Cassiopeia says. That base belongs to Team Star's ferry crew, the raychiu squad. Their boss, Ortega, is the mechanic of the team. He may be the youngest of the bosses, but his battle skills are no joke. Underestimate him, and things'll go south for you quickly. He's also a real, led from the back type. He gets his grunts to do all the dirty work for him. But his weak point is his short fuse. Get him good and angry, and he'll march out to the front lines to deal with you himself. That sounds just like Ortega. I say. His short fuse is something that I know well of. In terms of tactics, there's nothing else for it but to take down all the lackeys he sends your way. Just tough it out until Ortega shows up, and go from there. Ring the bell on the gates once you're ready to kick off this phase of the operation. Time to wipe the raychiu squad off the map. After we end the call, Drandon asks, so you two know about this Ortega person? I say, I only know him because he stayed at my house for a few days during my childhood. Since my family is a royalty of the Kanto region, we have a lot of guests to play with. Ortega is one of them, and he was good at mechanics. I remember that he gave me a car so that we can always race to a tree at the end of Pallet Town. Lillie says, wait, Ortega also gives you a car? He also gives me a car on one of my birthdays. Even though I was not a car fan, the fact that he is able to make the car on his own really surprises me. And now that I think of it, the car he gave me is similar to the one that Atticus rode back at the Navi squad. I widen my eyes, and the car he gave me is similar to the one that Mela rode back at the Shidar squad. But why? Why would he join Team Star? We can only get some answers when we get into the Team Star base. I have to assume that they all use fairy-type Pokemon, Nimona says. Fairy-type is my second favorite type. Lillie says. I usually like Clefairy, but my mother has to evolve it into a Clefable in the end. Yeah, you did complain about it a lot. But there are also some cool fairy types, like Togekiss, Florges with 5 kinds of flowers, and also Alchemy with 63 flavors, I say. Don't tell me you actually have all 63 of them, Drandon says. I do. I say. But they usually help out with the cooking for my Pokemon, I say. And their Z-move is also special. Twinkle Tackle uses the stars to attack the opponent. That's good to know, Nimona says. So how do we battle them? You'll see, I say as I press the button, opening the door. Code Red. Code Red. Operation Starfall Alert. The speaker says. Everyone, get into position and defend the boss with all you got. And rest assured, intruders. We'll deal with you without the boss's help. Unless you manage to beat 30 of our Pokemon in 10 minutes, that is. Good luck with that. And that's how we get to battle, every time, I sigh. And the grunts now send out Jigglypuff, Fido, Tinkatink, Tinkadif, Kirlia, Gardevoir, Wigglytuff, Mimikyu, Florges, Marill, Azumarill, Grimmsnarl, Morgrem, and Impidimp to deal with us. We use Goldengo, Electros, Orthworm, and Corviknight to battle the Pokemon, and they are really no match for us despite having a lot of fully evolved Pokemon. So this is how you defeat the Pokemon, Nimona says. This is kinda fun. Yeah, but it is also troublesome, I say, since this is actually our 4th time doing this. After we manage to defeat the rest of the Pokemon, the grunts are scared as usual. Our defenses are breached. It's all up to the boss now. When the grunts are fleeing, Lillie and I are slightly nervous, as our opponent is going to be our friend Ortega, which is something that we're not expecting. When we wait for the Starmobile to appear, we gasp to see that it is the pink one with hearts on it, and on top of the car, Ortega is wearing a pink outfit with a wand in his hand. Huh. So it really is you, Ash and Lillie. Okay, Ortega says. Ortega. To think you're a leader of the Team Star, I mutter. Talk about underwhelming. I was expecting someone, I dunno, a little more beefed up. Well, whatever. I don't care who you are. Not like I'm gonna lose to you anyway. Going with the same talk like before is not going to help you, Ortega, Lillie says. That's a little hurt, Lillie. Anyway, if you think fairy types are all about cuteness, you're in for a nasty surprise. Then he just tosses out 6 Pokemon. Klefki, Azumarill, Wigglytuff, Hatterene, Tinkaton, and Doxbun. Nemona asks, all 6 Pokemon at the same time? It is not that we've never done before. Drandon, Nemona. This is going to be our fight, so assist us once our Pokemon fainted. The 2 of them nod at us as we send out Dragalge, Frostmoth, Electros, Godengo, Pikachu, and Scovillain. Ortega says, just don't take it personal. Ortega sighs as he also uses the Terrastalize on his Doxbun, and we decide to use them on Pikachu, which becomes a poison type, and Scovillain, which becomes a fire type. I promise I'll play nice, so don't blame me when this battle sends you blubbering back home, Ortega says. Klefki is setting up both Reflect and Light Screen so that all of their Pokemon will be protected. I have Godengo use Make It Rain, hitting a lot of Pokemon with the coins. Pikachu also goes for the Poison Jab, poisoning the Wigglytuff. But Doxbun goes for the Fire Fang, which manages to defeat Frostmoth. Help us heal the Pokemon, Drandon, Nemona. I say as I give them the Frostmoth, and they nod. Then I have Electros use Thunderbolt, defeating the Azumarill before it can land the Ice Punch on Dragalge. Dragalge goes for the Poison Tail, also defeating Wigglytuff. Klefki goes for Flash Cannon, hitting Dragalge, and Tinkaton goes for the Giganton Hammer to defeat the Pokemon, but Pikachu lands the Iron Tail, hitting Doxbun, and Scovillain uses Sunny Day and Overheat to defeat Tinocton. Electros is also defeated by Doxbun after it uses Play Rough, but Scovillain goes for Fire Fang and knock out Klefki. And finally, Pikachu's Iron Tail eventually defeats the Doxbun, before it defeated Goldengo with Fire Fang. What the heck? Why is my team on the ropes? That's totally not fair, Ortega yells. If that's the case, sorry that I have to do this. Then he jumps down from the Starmobile as it charges at Pikachu, who dodges in the way. Nemona asks, that thing is going to battle as well. Drandon says, that's crazy. Well, it is not actually. I say as we see it summons the Misty Terrain using the ability Misty Surge. Then Nemona gives us the Frostmoth, but just as we send it out, it goes for the spin-out attack to deal a lot of damage to it. Magical Torque. Ortega yells, and here it is, another Torque move, and it hits Pikachu and also making it confused, thus Pikachu has been hurting itself. Scovillain goes for Seed Bomb, and Drandon also gives me the healed Goldengo, and we have it use Make It Rain, and because of its going for gold ability, it won't get confused after being hit by the magical Torque. And eventually, the 4 Pokemon's attack manages to destroy the car and also cause the Varooms and Revavroom to be defeated. How could I lose? What the heck? Ortega yells with a slight frown, but then again. I always underestimated you 2 all this time. This sucks. I hate myself for losing, but I also can't get over how awesome you 2 were in that battle. Ortega. Lillie says, if any of us squad bosses are defeated, that means we have to step down. And going against our code would make me a traitor to the team. Ortega says. Gah, fine. Not like I have a choice anyway, so take the badge already. You'd better treat it with the respect it deserves. Of course we always do. I say to him. Then I take the fairy badge as we shake hands with him. Ortega says, but still. I'm happy to see both of you again after all these years. Me too. I say. And just so you know, you're the worst. Like, the most annoying person ever, Ortega says. Ouch. Lillie and I wince a little. Is this what you think about the 2 of us after all these years? Hey, but I get it. You're super strong. I'll admit that much, you even busted up my Starmobile, Ortega says. And just then, Clive walks with Mr. Harrington, young Master Ortega. Mr. Harrington. I guess it's time for my piano lesson, huh? Ortega asks. As it happens, I just lost my boss title, so I'm all good to head on home. Actually, a different matter brought me. There's somebody I would like you to meet, Harrington says as he shows Clive. He's a distant acquaintance of mine. The name's Clive. Clive says. Okay. What's your business here? Ortega asks. I want you to tell me something. You're the son of a wealthy family and heir to a major apparel company. So why join a group like Team Star? What a question to ask someone you've just met, Ortega says. I say, this is also what we want to know as well. Is it because you were also being bullied like everyone else on the team? Ortega lowers his head and Lillie says, if that's the case, we're going to make sure no one gets away bullying our friend. Ash, Lillie. Ortega mutters. So the academy really did used to have an issue with bullying. Clive sighs. Who would guess, right? The school is all rainbows and butterflies these days, Ortega says. And the bullies from back then don't even go to the university anymore. Why? What happened to them? Drandon asks. As the former director of the academy, I believe I am best positioned to answer that question, Harrington says. Mr. Harrington. Nimona frowns. About 20 months ago, the members of Team Star confronted the students who used to bully them, and an altercation broke out between the groups. Though it did not escalate into a major incident, the altercation nonetheless caused a scandal of hitherto unknown proportions. As a result of what occurred that day, the students who had perpetrated the bullying dropped out of the university, one after another. But there aren't any records of that anywhere in the academy, Clive gasps, and this also causes all of us to widen our eyes as well. No, I should imagine not. My former deputy deleted all records of the incident, you see, Mr. Harrington says. What? Why would anyone do that? Nimona asks. Just as I was puzzling over how best to deal with Team Star in the aftermath of the incident, a certain student came to see me. The student declared that they would take all responsibility for the team's actions. In exchange, they requested that I exonerated the other students of Team Star from any blame, Harrington says. Huh? No. No one told me that, Ortega says. I accepted the request and agreed not to take disciplinary action against Team Star. Then, I assigned 18 months of overseas study to the student who took responsibility for the team, Harrington says. A year and a half studying abroad, Clive asks. This was not intended as a punishment, you understand. Team Star were the victims, after all, Harrington says. I wanted this student to take some time to rest, so I had them return home to the Galar region under the pretext of overseas study. Around that time, however, the former deputy director took it upon himself to erase all traces of the incident from the university's servers. It appears his intent was to shield himself from any blame. So he tried to cover up the whole thing? That's terrible, I say with slight anger. After we discovered what he had done, I dealt with him appropriately, of course, Harrington says. But the inability of myself and the rest of the teaching staff to prevent this terrible act also represented a grave blunder on our part. I accepted the blame that lay at my feet and resigned from my position as director. The rest of the teaching staff then joined me in handing in their notices. So that's why the current teachers were all brought in a year and 8 months ago, Clive mutters. I understand my actions have caused you a great deal of trouble, you have my sincere apologies, Harrington says. Hang on, Mr. Harrington. How come you suddenly decided to talk about this now? Ortega asks. Young Master Ortega. Team Star cannot carry on in its current fashion. I merely wish to give you a chance to chart a better course, Harrington says. Well, there's no way I'm abandoning my friends and going to school without them. Not after we've come this far, Ortega says. Your friends in Team Star must mean a great deal to you, Lillie says. Isn't that obvious? It's 'cause, you know, they're my greatest treasure in the whole world, Ortega says. That also includes the two of you, Ash, Lillie. After dealing with the mess, we get a call from Cassiopeia. Ash, Lillie. It's me. I take it that Ortega handed over his star badge to you, then? Yeah. I say. I see. With its boss no longer around, the Rushba squad is as good as finished. Then she is silent a little. Even Ortega. I'm sorry. We're almost there now. Just one boss left. The operation's been a huge success thanks to you too, Ash and Lillie. And your friends and Clive have also performed admirably as your support. I remember Clive saying that you're acquaintances. Have you known each other long? Well, we knew each other back in school, Lillie says. Well, he's clearly a reliable friend. He almost reminds me of the gang back in the day, Cassiopeia says. So she decides to show herself as the true boss of Team Star? As you know, Team Star was formed by a group of students who were being bullied at school. Shortly after forming the team, these students, none other than the squad bosses themselves, confronted their bullies head-on. The outcome was a resounding victory for Team Star. Though you could hardly call it a contest. The bullies didn't even put up a fight. They all bolted from battle the first chance they got. Scared spitless of Team Star, the bullies then dropped out of school, one after another. and Team Star ended up the villains of the story. We frown, so this is the whole story of Team Star. But that's neither here nor there. Forget I mentioned it. Now, about your reward. I'll transfer some LP over to your phone, as promised. And we get 10,000 LP this time. Make good use of these TM machines, they could help you defeat the final boss. My supply unit representative will be along soon to give you your bonus reward. As usual, Penny arrives, and both Corydon and Miraidon appear this time. Gua, both of them? Stay in your Pokeball for once, will you? Calm down. I say to the two Pokemon, and once they're calmed down, we told everything about Team Star to Penny. Wow. Team Star went through all that, huh? They just wanted the bullies to go away, but then they became the bad guys in everyone's eyes. What a joke. The students, the teachers, they're all so messed up. If even just one of them had been paying attention when everyone was getting bullied, they'd have been able to tell right away that Team Star wasn't the one in the wrong. For some reason, I don't think Penny is clueless about anything. I think she might be the Cassiopeia that we're talking about. But I guess the big boss was the one who urged everybody to face their bullies despite knowing how messed up the university is. What a massive idiot, creating Team Star and just hoping their plan would miraculously work out. I don't know about that. Lillie says. I'm sure of it. Then she gives Lillie the Fairy Star badge and also some materials for the TMs. The next boss is the very last one. We're counting on you. After that, we all decide to camp out and take a rest around the flowers. Ash and Lillie. They are two of the first friends that I've ever made. When did our friendship begin? And why did I join Team Star? I was born into a famous family. My parents are designers for the famous apparel brand Urtica. My family is rich as we have servants and maids working in our household. My father always taught me that we are from the high society and I shouldn't be bothered with the people from the low class, and that's why I didn't have any friends in the past. My mother is the complete opposite, though. She always considers my feelings, and that's why she would give me what I want. When I was alone, I liked to read fairy tales, which might have influenced me to specialize in fairy-type Pokemon. I also like to see how machines work, and I hope to become a great inventor or mechanic someday. When I was 8 years old, my family bring me to the Kanto region, and they told me that we were going to meet the Queen of the Rhoda Kingdom. I was excited to meet a real queen in life, but I was also surprised. The queen is not living in the castle. Instead, she is living in a small house, along with her son and her 2 daughters, who are supposed to be the prince and princesses. So you're Ortega, right? My name is Ash Ketchum. It is nice to meet you. The so-called prince greets me with a goofy smile, and I don't know how to react. I can only mutter, it's nice to meet you as well. Come on, Ash, you're scaring Ortega. The blonde-haired sister scolds Ash, who rubs his head and says, sorry, I'm just excited to have a new friend, Sis Eileen. A new friend? We've only just met, and hearing those words, for some reason, it makes me happy. And after that, I start to try talking to them about my family, and they are also talking about theirs. I thought that you were a prince and princesses. Why would you stay at such a small place instead of staying at a castle? I ask, and Ash slightly chuckles. Of course, we have a castle at the Rhoda Kingdom, but the reason we live here is that we like living a normal life. Diantha says to me. Normal life? I was confused, and Ash says, since we're royalties, a lot of people think that our lives are basically maids and butlers helping us. But that life is boring. We don't know the joy if we don't try doing all the things ourselves, like cooking food, gardening flowers, and playing with Pokemon. I was amazed at how they think like that, and I also want to try out the normal life. That's why I asked my mother to let me stay at Pallet Town for a month with the Ketchum family. During my stay with them, I was amazed at how they don't feel tired after doing a lot of housework themselves, and how they used to visit Professor Oak's lab and meet with all kinds of Pokemon. There is also an annoying person called Gary Oak, and for some reason, he doesn't seem to like me. Ash has to stand up to me every time, and I was really grateful. To repay the kindness of the Ketchum family, I decide to create a remote car for Ash. Since I have been given lessons in playing with screws and other things, it is not that hard for me to do such a thing. When Ash is happy to get his remote car, I was also feeling happy that he likes the present that I gave him. The day when we separate is also the last day that I've met him. It is sad, and Ash promises that he will find me when we become older, and I always keep that in mind. And after a few more weeks, our family is visiting the Ether Foundation, since I will be able to get to learn more about the inventions at the Ether Paradise. It is also then I met a girl named Lillie and her brother Gladian. I decide to show a Poplio to Lillie, but just as I get it close to the girl, she just jumps with a frightened tone. I ask, "I'm sorry. Are you perhaps afraid of Pokemon?" Lillie says, "No, I love Pokemon. I can touch them if I want to." Weird girl. But the way that she talks fondly about Pokemon is also making me curious, and thus we have been discussing a lot about Pokemon. I notice that Lillie really loves ice types, like how I really like fairy type Pokemon. She also likes fairy type Pokemon, and I remember how she keeps telling me how her mother shouldn't even evolve Clefairy into a Clefable. As for Gladian, he is not a talkative one, and he seems to be avoiding Lillie for some reason. And after that, he just runs away from home without being seen again. Lillie tells me that Gladian is going on a journey and he won't be returning so soon, but deep down, I can see Lillie's sadness in her. I want to make her happy, but what should I do? The way she talks about Pokemon makes me remember Ash, and since her birthday is around the corner, I decided to create a similar remote car like the one I gave Ash to her. The one I made is purple colored, and when I ask my mother to help me wrap it as a present, she doubts that Lillie would like something like a remote car. But I am sure that she likes it, and I was right the whole time. Lillie really likes my present, and she also promises me that she will cherish the remote car that I made for her. And just like the times I spent with Ash, I only get to stay with Lillie for a month until we are returning to the Paldea region. The way that she promises to find me again is also similar to Ash. And I never got to see her again ever since that day. A lot of years passed, and no matter how hard I worked on my studies and everything, my father doesn't seem to be impressed. I tried too hard to appease my father, but his work causes us to meet seldomly. Your father still loves you, he might be strict with you sometimes, but remember, never judge a book by its cover. My mom continues to comfort me, but I have been skeptical about everything that she says because I always wondered why he never showed me that he loves me. Days after day, I was old enough to go to Nariuva University. I apply for the Department of Mechanical Engineering with high grades, and when I get there, all I wanted is to study with peace and get good grades to appeal to my father, but then I have to hear a lot of classmates bragging about how rich they are. You think your family will be richer than mine? Think again, I say with a cool tone. And when asked who I am, I tell them about me being the son of designers of the famous apparel brand Urtica. I want them to be awed by me, but instead, they ridiculed me, saying that I shouldn't be here and I should have played dolls with girls. And since that day, I have been made fun of by my classmates, but I decided to put up with them. When my mother asks me if I was happy at school, I always lied to her that I am, since I don't want them to be disappointed with me. But day after day, the condition is getting worse as I was also getting beaten by those same bullies. It is then Giacomo and Ari come to me. They are just seniors, but they manage to bring me to this Team Star. They tell me that they are also people like me, those who are suffering from bullying, and their leader, the one named Cassiopeia, will help us get our revenge. I was surprised at what they've said, but I decide to join in because I just want to make sure that those people suffer. After getting into Team Star, I decide to use my intelligence to create the Starmobiles so that we can use them to defeat our bullies. But no matter how I try, the Starmobiles aren't moving. What the heck? I yell. Your toy car didn't budge an inch, huh? Mela says. I told you. It's not a toy, it's called the Starmobile, and I was up all night building it. I was angry that Mela is disrespecting my masterpiece. The problem's clearly that we're not giving it enough juice. Giacomo says. You designed this thing to be powered by 2 Charcadet, but it's just too heavy. That's such a shame. I wanted to see the looks on our bullies' faces once we got it moving. Ari sighs. I'm sorry. I really thought it would work. I lower my head. Come, good fellow. 'Tis no occasion for melancholy. Atticus says. Why, to make such a remarkable contraption by thine own hand. Genius, thy name is Ortega. Yeah, well. There's no point if it doesn't work, is there? I frown. If I knew all that effort would have zero payout, I'd have just asked Mother to buy a car for us. See, this is why people don't take you seriously. You say some stupid things, you know that? Mela rolls her eyes. Wah? I was offended, and Giacomo scolds her. Mela, cool it, would ya? Yeah, how about no? Mela says. I mean, We even put this in the COD, for crying out loud. When we started Team Star, we swore to quit relying on our parents or bags of cash to fix our problems for us. Or did you forget? Of course I didn't forget, but I just couldn't speak as my voice is dry. If that hunk of junk doesn't move, get it moving, Mela says. If we're short on juice, just gotta crank up the power somehow. Doesn't take a genius, man. That's easy enough to say, Melly. Do you have an actual plan? Eri asks. Yup. I'm gonna train up my Charcadet and have him evolve. Their boosted firepower will get the Star Mobile moving, no sweat. Mela turns away from me and says. But the hour of Operation Star is nigh at hand. Will you succeed in time? Atticus asks with concern. Oh, I'll get it done. Mela then rushes away. Melly, wait, Eri yells. I was still speechless about anything, and Giacomo says, you know, Mela shoots her mouth off an awful lot, but she means well. I know. I turn to the car again. Goo, this sucks. Now I'm missing Ash and Lillie. I wonder what will they do if they see me with Team Star and doing something like this. But I'm sure they'll understand because friends are going to help friends, that's what they believe, right? After camping at the North Province Area 3, the four of us are now heading to Casaroya Lake, since it is home to the false dragon titan. But on the way, we notice a red Pokemon that looks like sushi on the road. That Pokemon looks like sushi. What's going on? Lillie asks. That's Tatsugiri. Nimona says, and since it is red, that's the droopy form. Drandon says, and this is also a cool dragon-type Pokemon. False dragon. I guess this has to be it. The false dragon titan is a Tatsugiri, Lillie says. If that's the case, how big this Tatsugiri is going to be when it shows up? I ask. And I admit, it doesn't look like a dragon type. Applin and Gumi don't look like dragon types, and yet they are, Drandon says. Right. I was just thinking about Garchomp or Dragonite. I chuckle, since they are much more like dragon types. Dragon Pokemon is amazing. And Devastating Drake is also a cool dragon Z move. So that's the dragon type Z move. How did it work? Drandon asks. It summons a dragon from the mouth and destroys the opponent. Lillie says as we finally reach the bay. Now should we get to swimming? I guess so. Then Arvin calls us as we're going to the final Titan. Hey there, guys. So, rumor has it the false dragon Titan lurks somewhere in this lake, yeah. But not a single person's ever caught a glimpse of it. Must be some kinda truly terrifying beast. But how are we supposed to search for a thing when we don't even know what it looks like? Sure would be handy if it just ran around crying, I'm the Titan. Or something. If only right. Well, I never knew Arvin is good at telling jokes, but then again, since this is the final one, so Arvin really opens up to us. When we use Koraidon and Miraidon to surf in the water, we have to avoid some Veluza and also some giant catfish Pokemon known as Dondozo, and also some Pokemon like Dragonair, Gyarados, and Avalugg. I guess this lake is so big. Maybe we should take a rest on that island over there, I sigh. When we decide to land on an island, we notice that the island is full of Tatsugiri, much to our surprise. Lillie says, so there are 3 kinds of Tatsugiri. But why are they here? I don't know, but I'm certain that the Tatsugiri over there is bigger than the others. Nimona points at the Tatsugiri at the edge. It sure is bigger, but that's the Titan, I ask with confusion. Just as we approach the Tatsugiri, it just yells, Titan. Just then, much to our surprise, a giant Dondozo comes out of the lake and suddenly brings the Tatsugiri into its mouth. That Dondozo is too giant compared to the other Dondozo, Nimona says. And did it just eat the Tatsugiri? Lillie says. Drandon says, false dragon, of course. Dondozo isn't even a dragon type. We have to battle it now. Right. We send out Abomasnow, 2 Dragonite, and Pawmot to battle. And Dondozo just goes for a move that slams Dragonite into Abomasnow. Drandon says, that move is Order Up. A dragon-type move and raises a stat depending on the Tatsugiri in its mouth. And we see that its attack stat is raised, and I say, so it didn't eat the Tatsugiri. I say. Then Lillie has Abomasnow use Woodhammer, dealing a lot of damage. Dragonite also go for Thunder Punch and Ice Beam, dealing damage to Dondozo, and Dondozo goes for Body Slam to make my Dragonite paralyzed. Dragonite. Dragon Rush. Palmot. Double Shock. We continue to attack the Dondozo, and it just dives underwater and leaves. Where is it going? Nimona asks. Probably where the Herba Mystica is. Let's chase after him, I say. We all get on Koraidon and Miraidon as we chase after the Titan. Once we get there, the Tatsugiri gets out of Dondozo's mouth and rushes into the cave. Arven comes and he asks, guys, did you find the Titan? I point at the Dondozo, and he says, so that's it? Sure is one big. Dragon? Wait, is it even a dragon? Or is it a fish? And then, Tatsugiri comes out and brings the Herba Mystica. Then Dondozo just opens its mouth and put both the Pokemon and the Herba Mystica inside. The little sushi guy got eaten up by the Titan? Yeesh. Didn't expect to see the food chain in action today. Then Dondozo glows just like the other Titans, and Arven sends out Greedent to fight. This food chain's got me pretty fascinated. I'm gonna dig in and make a meal of this battle. Then we all terrestrialize our Pokemon. Both Dragonite are dragon types, Abomasnow is grass type, and Palmot is electric type. Then we start to fight the Dondozo. Dondozo goes for Aqua Tail that slams the Greedent, but Palmot uses Wild Charge to hit Dondozo and deals a lot of damage. Abomasnow. Ingrain and then use Wood Hammer. Lillie decides to heal Abomasnow by planting roots and then attack, and I also yell, Dragonite, Dragon Rush. Much to our delight, Dondozo flinches so Drandon's Dragonite can land a Dragon Claw. But when it uses Order Up again, it deals a lot of damage to Dragonite. Dragonite, are you okay? It nods at me, and Arven has Greedent use Super Fang, and then Nimona goes the final blow by using Double Shock. I use the chance to capture the Dondozo, but I didn't realize that Tatsugiri just escaped Dondozo's mouth. Dondozo. The big catfish Pokemon. Water type. It treats Tatsugiri like its boss and follows it loyally. Though powerful, Dondozo is apparently not very smart. We did it, guys, Arven says. Now that the Titan's taken care of, next up on the menu is that Herba Mystica. I don't think we're done yet. Our terrestrialization is still there, Lillie says. Then we notice the Tatsugiri. Arven says, whoa, the little sushi guy escaped without becoming that thing's lunch. Just then, it goes for Icy Wind, hitting all of our Pokemon. Arven says, what? Does that thing want to fight, too? And it has Icy Wind, Lillie says. This is bad for us. Then Tatsugiri also glows because of the Herba Mystica, and we know that we need to fight the Tatsugiri. Drandon says, that's fine by me. I will be sad if we didn't even get to fight a dragon type if we're doing something dragon type related. Same here. I say as I have Dragonite use Draco Meteor, but Tatsugiri manages to dodge the attack and hits Drandon's Dragonite with the Dragon Pulse. Use Ice Punch. Lillie says to Abomasnow as it punches the small fish, but the dragon type use Muddy Water on all of our Pokemon. Nimona has Palmot use Close Combat, and Greedent uses Bullet Seed to deal more damage. Finish with Dragon Rush. I yell, and Dragonite manages to defeat the Tatsugiri in the end, and I use the chance to also capture the Pokemon. Tatsugiri, Curly Form. The Mimicry Pokemon. Dragon and Water type. This is a small dragon Pokemon. It lives inside the mouth of Dondozo to protect itself from enemies on the outside. It has an ability called Commander. Lillie says. When the Pokemon enters a battle, it goes inside the mouth of an ally Dondozo if one is on the field. The Pokemon then issues commands from there. So it is good for double battles, and the move Order Up as well, I say. Phew. Nice job, guys. That's my hard-working little buddies. Maybe the Titan was both those Pokemon together? Like some kind of combo meal? The Quaking Earth Titan is also 2 Pokemon, so why wouldn't this one be 2 as well? Nimona says. The little one came out of here, which means. Arven turns to the cave. There should be some Herba Mystica inside. We rush inside the cave and find the red Herba Mysticas. We say in awe, the last Herba Mystica. I don't think I need to taste it, it is probably spicy, I say. Okay. Let's see what the book has to say. So it seems spicy Herba Mystica's supposed to boost your metabolism. It gives your circulation a boost and helps flush out all those toxins. Along with a ton of sweat, Arven says while reading the book. After closing the book, he says, "You know what's next. It's chow time." Then we decide to make the sandwiches with the spicy herba mystica. Arvin names it, Trusty Arvin's Chock-a-Block full of cheer final herb super sandwich. Squeeze this badge tight and cry beautiful tears of friendship as you eat, okay? Arvin gives us the final Titan badge, the dragon badge. While we're eating, Corydon and Miraidon also want to have some sandwiches. We give them the sandwiches and they also glow to gain the last powers. I guess it's Mabostif's turn, then. Arvin sends out the Pokemon and also slowly feeds the Pokemon. It's gonna make you all better, I promise. Ash, Lillie, and we really did our best to get this for you. We're gonna play with your favorite ball as much as you want. You know? Just like we used to. As the dog is still chewing, Arvin frowns. Please. Get better. That's all I want, really. Once the dog swallows, Arvin pets the dog. Mabostif. You did your best, bud. He just stands back up and faces the rock in front of him, trying not to show tears to anyone. Arvin accidentally drops the catching ball to the ground, and Mabostif gives a small growl that gains the attention of Arvin and us. Wait, it's moving. I say as Mabostif picks up the ball and gives it to Arvin. Bud. Arvin rushes to him, but he trips and falls to the ground. He doesn't give up as he crawls toward him, and Mabostif drops the ball back to Arvin's hand. I know, Bud. Me, too, Arvin says as he hugs the Pokemon. The four of us smile at the scene. Nimona says, "That's wonderful." Yeah. I say. But just then, our Rotom phones are calling, and both Professor Sada and Professor Turo are the ones calling. Hello, Ash and Lillie. This is Professor Sada and Professor Turo, Sada says. Wah? Since Arvin is still here, he is surprised to hear the voices of his parents. It seems that Corydon and Miraidon have regained all of their powers, except for the power to battle. Turo says. They should now be able to climb up any vertical surfaces it grabs onto while you're riding upon them. So they can use rock climb. That's good to know. Sada says, I knew you two were the right ones to entrust them to, Ash, Lillie. Pa. Arvin is still angry. Listen to you two. Like you had anything to do with them. That voice. Arvin? Are you there? Turo gasps. We've been searching for so long. For a way to reach you. Because no one else can get into our lab but you. Excuse me? Arvin asks. Please take Ash and Lillie back to the lighthouse with you. To the lab on Poco Path. We will reach out once more when you arrive there, Sada says. Arvin closes his eyes and Mabostif is looking at him with concern. I guess you probably already know. But those are my parents. Always buried under their work, off pursuing their own research. Never at home with me. That's the first time I've even heard their voices in years, you know. Then he laments, and now what? The first thing I get is to be treated like some kind of errand boy. They're seriously unbelievable. But I'm guessing you too, Corydon and Miraidon probably want to go. Not gonna lie. I feel my blood's boiling, but... Arvin, just take your time, we'll get to the lab after the class is over, is that fine for you? Lillie asks, that way, you can calm yourself down. I'm sure that your parents must have a good reason not to see you, because I was the same. Lillie. I mutter with sadness as I remember Lucamine and Mon. Arvin sighs, what else can I do? The lab is off Poco Path. At the lighthouse where you and I first met. 2 weeks after, we'll meet there. And you guys better show up before I change my mind. Okay. We nod as we leave, and I can hear Arvin muttering, Mom. Dad. Where have you been all this time? To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please let me know your thoughts and reviews in the comment box. Now I will see you in the next video.